program deals with devil worship and satanic beliefs. It contains explicit scenes and descriptions of violent crimes and rituals.
Americans are asking, who attacked our country?
You have declared a subliminal jihad against the United States. Can you tell us why?
Everything pertaining to what's happening has never come to the surface. The world will never know the true facts of what occurred, my motives.
And night fell on a different world.
And Iblis is thinking, I should be getting this position, not Adam, and this guy is created from dirt.
And how does the army feel about you being head of the Temple of Set?
And the conspiracy theorists can say what they will, but
I want you to give me power over Adam, and I want you to give me soldiers and minions and all of these things.
The people have so much to gain and have such an ulterior motive to put me in a position I'm in. We'll never let the true facts come above board to the world.
And I want you to be able to give me the ability to whisper into the hearts of mankind.
And who was the grotto leader? Don't remember his name. You don't remember the name of a person who involved you in murder?
Now these people are in very high positions, yes.
Welcome back to Subliminal Jihad, episode 345. I'm your co-host, Dimitri.
I'm Khalid.
And today, we get a big current events ep with a lot of exciting moving pieces for everybody. We don't always do this, but I think this week felt like an appropriate time to jump on top of the main character of the week, the main discourse of the week. He has become the main character in a way he doesn't probably appreciate, but
pun intended, I guess.
The main character. I didn't even think about that. Yeah. Well, we're talking about the MAINECHURIAN candidate. That was somebody from the chat coined that. Shout out. Mm-hmm. But our MAINECHURIAN candidate, the Oystergruppenfuhrer himself, Graham Platner, and the 48-hour rapid implosion of his Senate campaign right after winning, a historic, basically unopposed primary back in June. And where do we begin, right? Because
it's a very strange story and like a very it really is like a representative sort of tale of American politics in 2026 in many ways. Mm-hmm. Like just watching his video, where he said that he was going to dissolve his campaign. I mean, it is odd. Yeah. I mean, you were just talking before we started about like the kind of a controlled demo angle of it. It does feel like weirdly, obviously there's like always a little bit of stage management in politics, but this does feel like particularly like it has that vibe of like, we had to pretend like you're being honest, and like it's obvious that you're like not telling us something. And that's always true to an extent, but like in this case in particular, like it's weird.
There's a level of
so much of like the Platner moment I feel like was about like kind of this like you told me last time, which I wish you hadn't, and I wish I didn't know about, like the smooth groin thing that was being used to like push Platner. But that was such a big part of it, was like the whole thing of like, this is how like true workers and dock workers like Graham Platner like talk. Like they're a little rough around the edges. They're misogynists. Like, and that, if you want to win in this country, like that's something you got to deal with. You got to invite these people into your coalition and everything. Like it's like, but and I don't think I think that like it is. I don't think it's like something that should be kind of lauded or sort of used to make oneself feel like why.
Khalid, are you there? Uh-oh, folks. Sorry. Khalid, you froze for like 15 seconds there. Can you repeat for me what you were saying? I'm not sure. I'm not sure why I did that.
I don't know when. I cut off. But I was saying that like no. I mean, obviously, like it's not something that people should like laud as a reason to that like Graham Platner or to feel like better about yourself for being with it, or like knowing that that Graham Platner is going to win because the American electorate is misogynist. But like certainly, like, it is true that Trump, like, he won even though there was the grab him by the pussy tape and everything, and he was, like, credibly accused of rape by multiple women, and, like, you know, like, there's a lot of examples of that in politics, and so it's strange that, like, he's sort of on one hand, like, insisting, like, adamantly that it's not true, but also, like, I need to dissolve my campaign because it's just, like, too much, you know.
Because they've cut his funding off.
Doesn't feel sincere because, like, you know,
no,
there was all this sort of, like, stuff beforehand about how, like, it's okay for someone to be a rapist, basically, and like, that's actually just, like, what you have to accept, like, no candidate's perfect.
Yeah.
Kind of almost appealing to that sort of logic, like, of Trumpism, that, like, oh, it's fine that he, like, is a rapist, right? But
that people did. Some of his biggest boosters made that argument. Like, before the rape allegation dropped, they were saying, this is just how Marines talk. And I know a lot of Marines. That was Ken Klippenstein.
Exactly. But when the rape allegation dropped, they all, like, kind of said that he must, except for, like, a few diehards like Ryan Grimm. They all said that, like, he must resign. And, like, so it does, like, it is strange, you know. Obviously, I think that he should have, like, resigned. Like, I think he was, like, an awful, unctuous human being. And I thought that before, you know, it was like he was proven to be a rapist, because, you know, I think he volunteered to be a soldier in a rape army multiple times. But
and then a mercenary, and then bragged on Reddit for, like, years about how he would have fought in, like, every counterinsurgency campaign, like every imperialist military adventure. How smart wars are done. He said, you know, did Fallujah, Ramadi, hell of an excellent experience, like, best time of his life. He shot grenades into, like, neighborhoods, like, against the express orders of his commander, who said they were, like, mortaring too many civilians and killing them. So he like bragged about jerry rigging a grenade launcher and just lobbing it, like, into neighborhoods and shit. And then said some things about, like, women, about black people, like, other things that were, like, red flags, like, definitely. And, like,
maybe like there is something strange about it, because, like, they all kind of were like, no, it's fine, like, just making excuses for it up until, like, it's not, like, so different from what was sort of implied before. Like, we could really, like, if you have, like, you know, like, sort of a, you know, general presence of mind, you could have inferred that, like, he might be a rapist.
Oh,
you know?
I sure did. I mean,
like, in fact, there was, like, some rape apologia in his, like, Reddit post too. Like,
right, it was like, if you're wearing shorts, if you're going to go out and get fucked up, like, you need to take responsibility and blah blah blah. Like, he sounded a lot like some of his most hardcore defenders, and people like Michael Tracy in the last few days. You know, Ryan Grimm. Glenn Greenwald jumped in. Cenk Uyghur, you know, went really hard and was like, this is bullshit, you know. There's a few people that, like, actually, even after the rape thing, are, like, sticking by their kind of horrible position and, like, not even willing to admit that they're kind of taking, like, the Platnerian line in his, like, you know, suspension video of, like, I admit nothing. This is, like, the machine coming after me. Blah blah blah. And I think they are very wedded to that idea of, like, we need to grab them by the pussy for the, like, Bernie left, and that's actually the key. There's a lot of baked in assumptions about what working class Americans, like you said, and especially white working class Americans, like, what they like and what appeals to them. And this really does go back to, like,
Mainers
2016.
See themselves in Platner. Okay, Mainers see themselves in him. They love it. They're all, everyone in Maine. I didn't realize this. Everyone in Maine has been a member of Blackwater. You know, well, like, most of them.
Like this, but, I have to say, like, you know, I think for both of us, a lot of the discourse around Platner over the last year and even up through the week, though, we're kind of, like, you know, sadly vindicated again. I think it was probably triggering for both of us at various points, because I think there are lines of argument on the kind of, like, Jacobin, like, Bernie, DSA, dirtbag, especially the dirtbag, like, comedy is the most important thing for, like, revolutionary consciousness and, like, must be privileged. Like, Commissar Nick Mullen is, like, the most important figure on, like, the American, you know, everybody knows what I'm fucking talking about. And that type of thinking, I think, really, like, crystallized and fueled the Platner movement and like the sort of online discourse like defending him. And so I think it certainly was like a little triggering for me at some points where I felt like once again they're making these exceptions and these assumptions about like the average chud and like blah blah blah, and it always ends up with being like, let's accept like somebody being like a piece of shit, fighting as a mercenary overseas for U.S. imperialist war objectives, but leftistly or something, but that's okay because he was killing terrorists. He was killing terrorists. Okay.
Yeah, he won't call himself a socialist. You know, even like that's even like a line that I guess they're willing to bend on, even though like I think that's often meaningless. But like that's maybe a slight tell. I don't know, but like certainly that's something where they'll invoke that sometimes. That it's like, well, the real thing is like we need to have someone who declares themselves a socialist. But Platner wouldn't even go that far.
I forget if he said he was a democratic socialist. I remember him saying like, I'm not a communist, like, I'm not a communist, but like maybe he said he was a democratic socialist.
I don't know if he called himself a democratic socialist. I mean, maybe on Reddit, I think he might have called himself a communist on Reddit.
Oh, right. Like, no, you're right.
But, like publicly, I don't think he did it.
Probably not. But somebody who gives off, like, he ambiently gave off the vibe, and I know even there's, like, fight over little things right now, like, and I think some of his, like, ex-defenders are trying to spin things to make themselves look like to get some of the egg off their own faces, but saying things like, well, he never said he was like an anti-Zionist, and it's like, all right, everybody knew what the fuck, like that's like entirely how this campaign was framed.
He called it a genocide, like in his campaign suspension video.
He gave off the vibe, but like he was an anti-Zionist, even though we know from his actual
acknowledging it as a genocide. Yeah,
right.
Of course,
like,
right.
and I know
like a brother who like works for the Jerusalem Post. Like,
right.
Yeah.
So I think this kind of thing of like, well, what did you expect him to be so perfect because he never said he was? And like, no. Like he was definitely he sort of volunteered to be really like, and was put on a pedestal as like...
He was obviously reading a script in a way. Like, and the whole thing of, like, he was, like, fished out. Like, well, there's many weird things about it that we should go through. What's also weird to me is that, like, yeah, you're right. There were these assumptions about, like, what the average should, like, gonna vote for. And, like, there's kind of, like, for lack of a better word, like, macho attitude of, like, you, like, limp wrist libtards don't know, like, what, we need to actually, like, win in this country. Like, this is what people are like, okay? They tell, like, offensive jokes, and you need to get what, or like some, which is funny because like someone, I saw a tweet that made an interesting point that was like, it was a very weird like roundabout convoluted thing, but it did stick with me, which is that like when like sort of the guy who scouted like Graham Platner had that interview where he was doing this like that extreme kind of like vocal fry. Dan Morath. Like it was kind of like, well, maybe the way that you all talk about his voice is like the reason why he has this kind of like projection of what the voters want, this like masculine gruff figure, because he is sort of seen as this effeminate, a Semitic person or something like that. He like projects this idea of like Aryan strength, and that results in Graham Platner. And I'm like, I don't know what kind of psychoanalysis that is, but it did stick with me. It is, yeah. But anyway, yeah. So there were all these assumptions about like what what voters want and what like a real like winning candidate looks like. But then when push came to shove, even though Platner, like, he denied all of that, and he basically said that this woman is lying, they weren't willing to test those assumptions. Like, they were like, no, well, most of them weren't.
Yeah,
like,
some of the media people are, like, dying on the hill, but even, like, Ryan Grimm, probably his biggest, like, and Emma Vigeland, the two biggest, like, most vocal supporters of him.
Backing away.
They had, I mean, even though Ryan Grimm is, like, trying to like throw the rape story from Politico into doubt by like bringing up little they left out a detail that she said she wanted a massage before she told him explicitly not to come over, and then he did anyways and like raped her. And like, so he's still, I mean, I think it is deep in his heart, he loves, he's a true graham cracker.
And she also said, no, don't come over right beforehand.
Like that's
but
even,
he came over quickly. Okay. All right.
But but then, and I don't actually know about some of like the advisors, like the people that did literally recruit him. The two biggest ones are, who we're going to dig into a little bit today, are Dan Morath and Morris Katz, right?
Yeah.
Who are, like, Dan Morath, I guess, has a history, I've heard a somewhat checkered history, in the Pittsburgh DSA, actually going back, like, to the early 2010s, like before it blew up and got all cool with Bernie. Like, so, you know, I only know one other prominent leftist personality that was into the DSA before 2016 and from the great state of Indiana. And let's say she's got a little bit of a red-brown vibe and has hung out with some pretty questionable people and has similarly like weird takes about like the chud, like appealing to the chud white working class person, and that's why you need to worship Nick Mullen and be like a little bit racist all the time, and that's actually leftist and like blah blah blah. Like that has never panned out as like a political strategy. Like I do understand the logic behind it because of like Trump and even how Bernie in 2016, you know, didn't feel like super focused group to be like ultra woke. Like he'd say kind of grumpy things about like, oh, Planned Parenthood, they're the establishment, you know, and stuff that would make like the woke neoliberal like Hillary people just totally like freak out. And like, yes, like the sort of Hillaryites like did it cynically weaponize like the kind of, you know, woke, for lack of a better term, like kind of thing in a very cynical way, you know, blah, blah, blah. But that doesn't mean like the underlying principles of like being racist is bad, like respect women are like fake or whatever, which I think is a big mistake that these people have like repeatedly make, is that like somebody being a fucking scumbag, another, you know, big dirtbag, thought that like the idea that Graham Platner was like he was sexting like a dozen different women right after getting married a few years ago was like really funny. And like, it was just really funny. And like, that's really the takeaway from it. And, you know, like anybody that's like, thinks that's a sign of bad character is like joyless.
Funny. Like, it's not that I'm like, you know, obviously, I mean, I do think it's despicable, but it's like, you know, even leaving that aside, like, you know, it's not like I'm so outraged by this. Like, I mean, yeah, I do think it's despicable. However, like, what is funny about it? Like, even if you didn't think it was despicable, like, what would be funny about it? Like, the number of women?
Well, like I think that's a way when all of your influential I think when all of your influential media friends are riding hard for this guy and you feel like your audience is going to get mad at you for riding hard for him, maybe you try to split the difference by just being like, let's lightly make fun of him, but like not seriously attack or criticize our like media friends that are all riding hard, so we can keep having them on our show all the time and like benefit off their, you know, do a cloud exchange, right? And all that stuff. Like, I think that's what some people were doing. A lot of the fence sitting from some of the people, which, while a little more smart.
That is one thing about saying, like, oh, it's funny. It's funny. It's like, it's not really a statement about, like, whether it's good or bad.
Right.
Like, you know, it's just like, oh, well, you
know.
It's
ducking the issue of, like, what about this, like, fucking multi-vet who, like, seems to love killing in the Middle East and has a fucking Totenkopf tattoo that, like, so many people gaslit about as, like, yeah, you know, it's a skull and bone. Like, no, it's like literally a Ustasha fucking Totenkopf. But like, anyways, like there was a lot of people that did that cowardly, maybe smarter, but still cowardly thing of like sitting on the fence or joking about it or kind of ignore, like still collabing with all of his biggest boosters, but never bringing that up because we all have to be best friends in our parasocialist simulation. Because that's not cool. You're not normal. You're a freak if you criticize another content creator who's like supposed to be a heckin' socialist on your side. That's not cool and normal. It's not allowed. You get punished and blacklisted for doing that, as our show has found out many times.
It is weird how you kind of do see, like, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's just part of, like, you know, our generation kind of. I mean, some people have already crossed this line, but, like, you know, soon we'll be 40. I think, you know, like we're both relatively on the cusp of it. You know, maybe it's just part of getting older, but it is weird kind of seeing like these like radical. I mean, obviously, SJ has like 5 years of being on record, like not buying into this perception, but like these kind of, you know, like subversive like people just kind of like slowly become like the new like
Jon
sort
Stewart
of like media apparatus of the Democratic Party, basically. Like kind of like the Van Jones of millennials, like not even the Jon Stewart.
Yeah, you know,
like
Van Jones was a Maoist when he was like young.
Yeah, true.
And look where he is now. And everybody I think is on that same exact trajectory, whether they admit it to themselves or not. And
like there's all this excitement over like just electing Democrats, and it's so strange, you know. But I mean, it's like in some ways I don't want to make it out to be like overly weird or something, like, you know, like I'm that surprised, but I mean, I think that we shouldn't normalize it either. It is a bit, we should definitely underscore it. Something that is happening.
Well, we've always said if these types of people who are at the very top, they're the biggest dogs in their lane, we should stress.
Yeah.
Like, we're not just being mean to like a little humble small bean content creators. These people are all millionaires now. Like, they're even, they're putting aside some of their bourgeois
media. Like, we shouldn't have to like constantly do this like sort of like apologetics or like kind of like this framing, around it. Like this,
or that we're being like, parasocial by criticizing the biggest forces in media that are like, like Hassan will say himself that he consults with like people in the Democratic Party and like meets with them. And of course, he's like representing the DSA position, but like he's going into the smoke-filled room, like that's not like that's not a scrappy independent guy
to tell them how to like win a constituency, right? When they're not trustworthy and they obviously don't have the same priorities.
Right. They almost like don't even like often do not even like respect him publicly but then there is again like the kind of like pro wrestling
and
vibe
this kind
of it.
Actually weirdly the Platner thing almost kind of shows there is a pro wrestling vibe of it, like almost like that's sort of like maybe not the entire thing that I'm getting at with how strange it is, but like it's part of it that's like obviously like the Democratic Party isn't just something where you can just like take over it and like your campaign is your campaign, right? Like something else is going on here. Like this guy's campaign is not like his own,
as we saw the minute this shoe dropped that was like big enough to whatever, like you got to see like the power plays of, and again, like maybe it's a little pro wrestling, but like let's assume for a second that like Graham Platner, maybe there wasn't a rape thing and he was just a super based actual candidate that we could get behind. The Democratic Party was just like, we're just like not funding your state if you stay in the race. Like, you're not getting any money from the national committee, and we're going to tell every donor to like tell you to fuck off. And so you're not going to have the data lists, the money, like in this very rigged specific election system that we have that is dominated by money. You're not going to get, any access to any of it. So you're basically handicapped and you're going to lose. Like, they can do that whenever they want. They're a private entity. They're not accountable even to like the members of the Democratic Party. It's like run by elites and insiders.
Exactly.
And
so then, and it's the Kamala thing was kind of the same. It's sort of it's a weird, eerie repeat of what we saw in 2024. So like
they did it once, they did it again.
So like, but it's so weird. It's so weirdly like incompatible with the sort of fantasy that like if you could take over the Democratic Party from within, it's like well, just by having like heckin' elections and like electing socialists, who are anti-Zionist.
Right.
Like it's not,
I do want. I mean, I think a lot of these people make their living off of fostering that fantasy that you can do this by like taking over the Democratic Party. But
like it's a contest and that's exciting and there's like a theatricality to it and like, you get people hyped up and it's like what's going to happen, who's going to win.
This is like the sports of politics,
exactly,
so people love it.
It's a sport element, and that like kind of has this dopamine cycle, and it gets people fired up. It's like the Knicks.
The consultants get paid.
It's like the Knicks.
The consultants get paid win or lose, right? So it's like great business for them. But I do also wonder if maybe some of them, like to the extent that they're trying to strategize sincerely, like they looked at what happened with Trump and the MAGA movement kind of taking over the Republican Party and, thought that, the Bernie movement is like the left-wing version of that. We could totally do that, right? And I think so far, despite having finally like put, I don't know, maybe what do they have do they finally have over 10 people in Congress? Okay, that's something. They're the only like quote unquote socialist organization that has like managed to do that. I'll give them a little bit of credit for that. However, like a lot of those people ain't shit, like AOC, and haven't really done anything and just get absorbed into the Democratic structure. And I think that like it just hasn't actually like really panned out that way. Like I'd say like the DSA faction is like nowhere near where like the MAGA faction was able to get, in terms of like conquering the party infrastructure. And you also have to account for the fact that like the MAGA movement, as distasteful maybe it was to like the Republican establishment in like 2016, they definitely eventually made their peace with it, and it does serve like hyper-capitalist interests and like militaristic interests and Zionist interests and like everything else that's like bad and evil that Republicans are more or less kind of like down with. It's just like a kind of a bringing in a new a slopulist kind of a generation of like figureheads to kind of and also to be like a little more like nakedly fascist and like extra legal and tear up like existing structures and things like that. So it's very useful for capital, for like the MAGA movement at the end of the day, to kind of like, you know, really get a chokehold over the Republican Party. Now, you know, the DSA, to the extent, even if they're kind of controlled, they're historically controlled opposition, and they're not really about that revolutionary shit, et cetera, and they'll always cave, et cetera, et cetera. I do think there's more of a, like, well, we can't let this get too big. Like, because even if people start like identifying as socialists, maybe they'll start to get ideas, and maybe they'll get like radicalized further down the pipeline to actually be more like militant. So maybe like give them just enough to keep them like invested in the game, but like always block them from. I think they're much more effective at shutting down them from doing like a hostile takeover of the party, even though maybe some DSA people after like Mamdani think that they're on the verge of just one or two more election cycles, and they find the right guy with the right kind of riz, which we're finding out today in the New York Times. One interesting tidbit about Morris Katz is I guess he was like telling a lot of people that he really believed that if Graham Platner won, that he could run for president in 2028 and like carry the Bernie flag and maybe beat like J.D. Vance or whoever, the MAGA. And I can definitely see these people thinking like that's the most brilliant fucking idea ever. Like, yes, because they have these assumptions about chuds and white working class and like what actually appeals to them, that is often very like superficial, and it also is like mistaking the kind of exceptional like piggishness of Trump as something that's what people are voting for when like that Trump's a pig, you know, and like Trump's disgusting towards women. And like actually, if you just want to be real, the men in this country, like they want to see something, they want to have a leader like that. So you got to like give them what they want, you know. And it's like, whoa, like I actually don't. I think like a lot of people block that off, and I think a lot of people that like are super MAGA, like think about all the Christians and stuff. I know Christians like suck, they're evangelicals, they're psyops, whatever, but like, you know, on paper, like, you know, a guy being like a lecherous, womanizing adulterer and you're a rapist and all that stuff is like not Christian. It's bad. And so I think they kind of section it off in their head.
It's clear. Yeah.
I think they just obvious. Kind of like choose not to think about that or be like, oh, that's like Democrat lies.
Like sincere, real Christians in America who like refused to vote for Trump. Maybe they like voted for someone equally bad
for sure.
who like, pretended to be pious, but
for
like,
sure,
like Evan McMullen or something. But like,
you
know, there definitely are people like that.
Or
you
like
know,
the women
was kind of like that, but he's
like,
sort of, you know,
just think about like conservative,
good, but like he had like kind of that like ethical compunction. But on the whole, like they were able to set it aside, and like, I think overwhelmingly they like support him because like they sort of conflate their religion with this sort of political grievance. I think that there is something to be said for the fact that like what I think is like they're sort of operating on is the idea that Graham Platner is like, it's fundamentally cynical because like they want to present him as like a regular guy, an oysterman who's got his net, and like really he's actually very similar to J.D. Vance in a lot of ways. Like J.D. Vance actually probably is really more legitimately working class in many ways than Graham Platner.
At least in his origins,
eventually go to Yale
more.
Law School. Like Graham Platner went to Hotchkiss, you know, and like they both like served. You know, Graham Platner was more was doing more killing and MacGyvering ways to use grenades even when they were disallowed because they were killing too many civilians and stuff like that. Whereas J.D. Vance was like more of a journalist,
a JAG guy or something. Like he was, I forget.
He was like writing reports or something. I don't know. I don't remember. But yeah, like so, but still, like, you know, obviously it's not a one-to-one identity, but they're certainly comparable in certain ways where like it's kind of fake. You know, this sort of like pretension of like, oh, these are salt of the earth guys. These are regular guys like you. You know, it is as fake as like, when the like Italian guy like comes into the pro wrestling ring wearing like, a keffiyeh, and he's like, I'm the evil Arab, something like that. It is kind of like as fake as these little characters that these people are playing, or like the Undertaker is back from the dead, something like that, But for some reason, like, and I get it, because like it does on some level, like, we do see it work. We do see people believing in Donald Trump. We saw people believe in him again after like the first Trump term. So I understand how people would make that calculation, but that's the thing, like I understand how like cynical people who simply want their party to win would make that calculation. But if you actually care about like a good politics and like, positive things and like positive political change in the United States, then like that is like the opposite of the lesson you should be taking away, that like, all we need to do is have like a guy who's totally fake and like pretends to be working class and tricks people. Like it's like sort of or pretends to be like a regular Joe.
That's a big thing that I'm, even in his downfall, I'm still not seeing like focused on enough and called out, but I want to call it out because it was one of the most triggering things about the entire Platner discourse and like his defenders was the complete fraudulent nature of his like quote unquote working class credentials. Like that was completely made up. He lied about it every time he opened his fucking mouth about his life. He lied about it, and it wouldn't have been that complicated. And I think this does speak to another disturbing and unfortunate trend among like the leading voices of like the American socialist left. We've, referenced it before. He's not the only one who is like a big figure on the left that like completely obscures or like hides, and even like when confronted will lie about like, I'm just like came from a normal background. Like I came from like a middle class background, or even I went through challenges. I was like homeless for a while, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, your ancestors like have been going to Yale for 13 generations. Like, shut the fuck up. Like, that kind of thing. And it wouldn't have been, I don't think it would have been like a killer to be like, but of course it would have violated this very like cardboard cutout image that all of these like big city rich kids, definitely in Morris Katz's case, we'll get into his intergenerational background, but it's very interesting. But like, these are like elite schools, prep schools, Ivy Leagues, all that shit, live in like New York. And then they think that like, these yokels, like we could just like say he's like an oyster man. And like, in a way, like Graham Platner, I think a lot of his life actually is, and I think this, you could say this about multiple people, it is almost like this weird psychodrama like thing of like him trying to like define himself. And he comes from kind of this like hoity-toity family. His grandfather was like a very prominent architect who, this is perfect, like literally designed the headquarters of the Ford Foundation back in the day. And like I think he went to Yale. I think his dad went to Dartmouth. Like these are like Ivy League Yankee like wasps, like probably petty bourgeois, not like they're like the Rockefeller level, but like definitely enough to pay for like the whatever $75,000 tuition to the Hotchkiss School, which is one of the most elite, English style prep schools like in the American Northeast. He got kicked out or left after a year for reasons that are still mysterious. Maybe if he had stayed in, we would have found out what he had done to get kicked out. But like nonetheless, getting into Hotchkiss, like you're immediately, unless you got like a complete scholarship and you were like found like in like a poor neighborhood and there's some kind of like diversity program, unless that happened, like you're not shut the fuck up. Do not call yourself working class. And like and so many people.
No, I think like people should look up, like I think it might even be like in the Wikipedia article for Hotchkiss. Like you can go like through the New Yorker archives and see like all the different cartoons they did making fun of how like Hotchkiss has like a prestigious school. Yeah,
like tons of members of the Bush family. Henry Ford sent all of his children and grandchildren went to Hotchkiss. Like multiple, like senators, governors, like generals, like State Department people, business people. Like this is like this in a way. Like we don't kind of talk about like elite like big city or like elite prep schools enough as like elite making factories like in a way. I mean, we know that like the Ivy Leagues often play this role, but I feel like, you know, even if you're somebody like Platner and you go to like Hotchkiss, even if you don't go to like the fanciest college after that, like you're surrounded by like immensely powerful elite people, like the types of invisible kind of like the quiet elites that like you don't even hear about kind of thing. And like you get introduced to like a world that a working class person would never have contact with unless they're working as like a groundskeeper in like the Hamptons or something, you know? Like this is, it's just such a, and the idea of like this guy's gonna authentically appeal to them, and like we all should like respect his like amazing working class story. Also, we should excuse his military service and not think that it's sus or weird, because like, come on, poverty draft, my dude, poor people. And you know what? Yes, like I'm not discounting the poverty draft, right? Like, and there's a lot of people, usually more people of color, that join the U.S. military.
But we know that was not Graham Platner's motivation in any way, shape, or form.
Exactly.
That is like another like complete line distortion.
Well, that's what I mean. Like this little thing, they were like, "Why are you DNA watching, Dimitri? Why are you so parasocial obsessed? And you're not being normal right now." It's like, because if you take the one Jenga thing out of his entire narrative of like he like is a real working class guy, everything else about the way he talks about his life like completely collapses, and you have to look at it in a different light. Why does a boy like that decide several months after protesting the Iraq War when it started, decide, I want to join the Marines and be an infantry machine gunner like at the peak of the Iraq War? Like, you know, this is a guy who went to prep schools, seemed to be educated on current events, etc. Like he was voted most likely to start a revolution, which I thought was funny in his yearbook. And he was holding up like a sign that said, like, this was great. It was like, free Kosovo, free Tibet, like free Palestine. Okay, like that's good. That's good. Free, like, I forget what the free Chechnya. Like okay. Literally was like 5 CIA like targeted regions of the CIA for like destabilization, and like free Palestine in the middle, which kind of sums him up in a way, right? Like that's the type of leftist I think he is. I think, you know, maybe some of that Ford Foundation dust got in his grandfather's blood and was passed down to him maybe. But like that's the type of leftist. And but then he goes and joins the fucking Marines, and he says, I think he said at one point that like watching Full Metal Jacket kind of like inspired him to like want specifically to join the Marines. And like, if I watched that movie when I was 14, and it does kind of, it can have a weird effect on like an American mind. I feel like at like age 13, where like on the one hand, it's like so horrifying and such like a brutal nihilistic like depiction of how evil like war and the military are, but like it also has this like dirtbag kind of like kind of like Krasnerian like snickering humor about the whole thing that I think could like irony poison like a young mind a little bit. But like nonetheless, like, you know, Marines are the killers, right? Like born to kill, sir. Right. Well,
that was like, yeah, I mean, someone in the chat mentioned like, even if it wasn't like intentional, and I think like there's room for this, that like, oh yeah, he was drunk with his Marine buddies in like Croatia and he got like a Totenkopf tattoo because like it was on the, you know, like the tattoo wall, because like there's a lot
which
of
it would
Nazis
be in Croatia. It would be in Split. Yeah.
And they're like, but yeah, like I think that what I think it might have been Griffin like said is true, that like they, and I mean, I believe Lindsay Fifield, who said this, and I believe that is probably true, that like, you know, he was like, oh yeah, we should get this because we are killers, right? And that like
we're a death squad, yeah.
It's not, you know,
it's not a Nazi thing
even
per
if that's
se.
a coincidence, that is indicative, right? Like they did it, yeah, exactly. They're like, we see our, like they saw themselves as a death squad. They chose. Almost in a way, you could almost say that it's more damning that they independently chose. Like, this is where I think symbols are interesting, not in the kind of like, oh, triangles, oh, hexagons way, but like that, like Graham Platner's Marine unit, which saw themselves as a death squad, independently, perhaps even without knowing its history, chose to brand themselves with the Totenkopf of the Waffen SS. Like, you know, that really says it all. Yeah.
Not because they're Nazi racist, but because they're a death squad.
Yeah,
and they respect all death squads from all sides throughout history.
Yeah, but like necessarily, but yeah, because they're like, oh, this is a perfect symbol for our death squad.
I think it kind of like explains a lot about like the psychology of a lot like the American combat troop or operator, like just from like looking like comments and like hearing like every now and then you meet one and out in the wild and they start talking about stuff. There's like a way they talk. It's like very like weirdly kind of like detached and like dissociated from like politics, and they just like think about military stuff as like this like operating and like blah blah blah, and there's kind of like a weird like dissociation thing going on where it's like, yeah, like the point of war is to be a badass operator and like kill your enemy, so that's why like we would have like SS things all over us, but like no man, like fuck Nazis. It's like that kind of thing where you can hold those two thoughts in your head at once, but like I don't think they can like see necessarily that like the US Army, the US military are the baddies. Like you're bad. Like none of these wars, you shouldn't even be there.
Like for the first time with the whole, I see what you're saying about how like these are arguments that we've had in the past, like the Nazi stuff, like
hanging up SS flags.
Actually mean that, yeah. Like
I was hanging up Israel flags.
Make that connection until now, yeah.
Like
right.
No, I mean, yeah, it's like there's parallels, right? To a lot, like this is a way, and then the way people, well, he was, I mean, I haven't heard as many people say, well, Graham Platner was blowing up ISIS, or he was, he was blowing up terrorists, which when it comes to ISIS, apparently you have to give a free pass to everybody who killed anybody over there because ISIS are bad terrorists, but not to mention
Graham Platner probably was also fighting ISIS technically, because like he was
Al-Qaeda
of
Iraq, AQI,
yeah, exactly,
yeah, like Zarqawi and stuff, yeah, that was the lineage of that. Eventually, part of it became ISIS, yeah. So in a way,
was the U.S. The U.S. military was fighting ISIS as well, so therefore it was heckin' leftist anyway.
Right. But somebody asked in the chat, do we know when he got that tattoo? I believe it was in 2007, so like almost 20 years ago. And I mean,
he saw Obama rising, and he couldn't tolerate it now.
Right.
That's not why.
But I do think, the other thing about the tattoo that I think it's like a fair thing that a lot of people brought up is that it's one thing to like his whole explanation about it was so fake. Like I did not believe him for 1 second that he just found out. This is a guy who trolled like military history like subreddits and like commented on threads with like pictures of people wearing Totenkopfs. Like do we really think that this 41-year-old guy who joined the Marines and is like an elder millennial never saw American History X when he was a teenager? Are we to believe that this guy never saw like the iconic image of Edward Norton as a neo-Nazi with a fucking swastika on it? It's just in the same exact place where Graham Platner got his Totenkopf. I'm sorry.
I don't know.
I don't know. Like, I mean, the guy who's watching Full Metal Jacket, whatever. Like,
maybe I don't know.
Also,
I feel like that.
But my main point.
I don't know how many. I don't really know enough about tattoos to know like if that's a popular tattoo location or not. I feel like maybe it. I don't know.
No, it probably is. But I'm just saying, like his whole thing about like I had no idea what it is. I mean, I think he's lying about that. But it's also the kind of thing of like if you did find out, like at any point. Like, let's even say, be the most generous we can and say, like, they were shit-faced, they didn't really realize it was an SS tattoo, whatever. And, like, the moment you, like, I think you or I, we wouldn't do this, but, like, if we did, the moment you found out this is, like, a Nazi thing, you'd be like, oh, my God. Like, oh shit!
It would be, I mean,
I gotta change. I gotta change this.
I wouldn't get a tattoo anyway. Like, just because like I would be concerned about regret it. Well,
But like, I gotta change this. I gotta remove it. Like, I don't want like it's like he's dating all these women. Like, what the fuck?
I would it would be the worst thing ever. Like, if somehow I ended up with a Totenkopf tattoo.
And a guy who identifies it seems like by the end of the 2010s and like the early 2020s, he does get a little bit like quote unquote radicalized to like be a leftist. And joins the Socialist Rifle Organization, like the Socialist Rifle Club or whatever that was. And like even then, as a leftist, as like I'm a leftist now,
and, like,
I have a Nazi tattoo.
Like his Zionist ex-girlfriend at least knew about it, and you'd think like she would have mentioned it to him,
right?
That she would have said something about it beforehand. Like it definitely seems like before he started running, she knew that it was a Totenkopf tattoo from the text that she sent to her friends. Like they knew that it was like a Nazi tattoo. So maybe she was too scared to say that to him, because like maybe he would have gotten violent, so maybe she never told him. But you'd think that she would have,
Yeah, the woman who married. Okay, like his wife was just like, oh, Skull and Bone, okay, like, yeah, whatever. Yeah. I mean, she posted pictures on her, like, Instagram of him with his shirt off, like, showing off the tattoo. I mean, maybe I get it. Suddenly everybody is such a history dummy about, like, World War II. I'm sorry. Everybody was watching the History Channel documentaries for 20 years, like...
Yeah, according to her, he referred, like, he called it My Totenkopf, right? That was,
I think Lindsay Fifield said that.
Yeah.
Yeah, he called it. And then I think there was another... leftist woman, like a leftist woman who posted like some Instagram stories, and she was like, I'm not saying that I was like physically assaulted by him, but like he is a lying piece of shit, and I need to like say something. I think what she said is like, 'cause she was like a leftist and they were dating in maybe like the late 2010s, that when she first saw him without his shirt off, she was like, oh my God, is that like a Nazi tattoo? And he's like, and he did this whole routine where he's like, oh my God, like, I know. Like, listen, like, I was like with my Marine buddies, we were in Croatia, we got like so drunk and like, we just thought that it looked cool. So we all got it together. And then like, I found out way later that it was like a Nazi, and I'm just like really embarrassed. I don't know. I might get it removed or something, like, but it's so embarrassing. Yeah, I know. And she kind of felt like, oh, like, well, okay. Like, he does seem to be like, I'm a heckin' leftist now, and like this is a big mistake, and like I owned up. But then later she's like, but then I saw him on TV being like, I never knew this was an SS tattoo, and she's like, you motherfucker, like, yes you did, like I don't, like you're too dumb. You shouldn't be in the Senate if you don't know that's a fuck. I'm sorry. But like that was like way too much of a red flag.
He definitely knew. Like it's impossible that he didn't know. Like maybe they were like so shit faced and they just like got like a hecking Death Squad skull, like because but at like I feel like sooner rather than later he might have even gotten it on he might have known that it was a Totenkopf, and gotten it like for that
I kind of do believe I almost like do kind of believe like his, like I said, the compartmentalized mind of like many US troops is kind of like, well, like, look, we're just badass operators, and that's like a badass operator symbol. And like, I'm not a Nazi, but like, like having those two ideas in their head, I actually could kind of believe. But that's still like, I'm sorry, fuck you.
The tattoos that like American like military servicemen get. I mean, look at Pete Hegseth's tattoos.
Oh yeah, like Christian Crusader shit.
Like they're because they're like medieval, like they're they invoke like medieval like bigotry and violence. Like they like seem almost less bad, but like you can tell like that there is a deeply hateful and violent intent behind them.
Right.
And I mean it says a lot that like they're somehow like they're not as bad as what Graham Platner has, but
and on top of that, even though he would give these misty, very well crafted kind of monologues about like how he was sent over there, Susan Collins sent me over there to die for nothing, and all this kind of stuff, he always stopped short of doing a full-throated kind of anti-imperialist, like like we should not be fighting like any wars against like, I don't know if he chimed in on the Iran war while it was happening too much, or if he just kind of avoided it. I mean, he did say this stuff about Gaza's genocide, we should Netanyahu's bad, whatever, fine. But like he also had things on his platform like revitalize America's like warship building industry, presumably to confront China and all that other kind of stuff. So it's like, okay, this guy's not like a Ron Kovic like raging anti-war, like pacifist, anti-imperialist. Now
he is like, I mean, the Manchurian Candidate is the perfect title because he really does like give that vibe. He's PTK, like is like he's like programmed. He is like a like he's like point him at the target, and that seems like basically what they did.
And it's nobody's fault but his fucking own. Like nobody forced him. In fact, I think I read an article. It's like, his dad is like a wealthy WASP, son of a famous architect, whatever, who was like kind of a local lawyer and like political donor and whatever. But his dad is like a New England lib. And he was like, I guess like horrified when Graham Platner joined the Marines, like to go fight in Iraq, because he's like, no, like you should go to like George Washington University and like become a lanyard guy, or like a political consultant, or like do something, in line with like your family tradition. And like he went and did this, like he made this chud decision to go off and like fight. So like even he had to fight his own kind of like bougie liberal, family that didn't want to send their son into like a meat grinder, certainly not as like an infantry troop or whatever. But he wanted his little Lawrence of Arabia adventure, and he wanted to kill people to prove that he was a man or whatever, and give himself like an identity that he could hang his, ego on. And he went and he did that, and he called it a hell of an excellent experience. So he has nobody to blame. I don't like give like Susan Collins sucks, but like to sort of put all the blame for his life on like she voted to send me to war, like
that is like an insane statement, because like
you
he
volunteered,
obviously
bro.
like desired to go to war, and like to go to war, not like to out of patriotism or serve, like whatever the hell. He like actually wanted to fight and kill, like he obviously was like loved to do it, and like he said that, believing himself to be anonymous. Like he had no reason to lie. So
right.
I take him at his word that like he desired to kill for fun.
Even though he didn't even seem to politically...
He should be thanking Susan Collins for sending him.
Gave him the hell of an excellent experience. How else was he going to become a man if he couldn't kill brown people in the Middle East? And like, it's just like, it's so disgusting. And like, it's like, if he was like a slightly different kind of vet, I could almost understand like I'm not saying like anybody that was ever in the military is just like a pig and like they're a PDK pig and they killed 1 million babies and they need to die. Like whatever. Like I'm not even saying, one, I think people like that should be tightly maybe vetted and or gatekept from just like being vaulted to leadership positions. Just the thought. That's one thing. Like if they want to join a movement and they've realized that imperialism is bad, fine. It's like, just for example, it's like there's people that probably did come from working class backgrounds that joined like the Air Force in like 2000 to like pay for their college. Still piggish behavior because you're joining the imperialist army to get your college education, to get your treats. But like in the scale of things, like, and then 9/11 happens and you get sent to Iraq and now you're like stuck in Iraq and you have to like, and then they stop loss you or whatever. Like, and then you come back and you hate the military, you hate the wars and think it's all fucking bullshit and whatever. Like that's one type of veteran. This guy like went out of his fucking way multiple times, multiple tours, and then went to Blackwater when, he says his sleeve tattoos prevented him from re-enlisting in the Marines after 2008. But how much do we want to bet it's the Totenkopf tattoo from 2007, maybe, where they looked at that and they're like, oh, that's like a Nazi gang tattoo. And they did crack down on gang tattoos in the Marines around that era. I think during the recession, too many people tried to join the military, but they were winding down in Iraq. So they tightened in the mid 2000s, they'd kind of take anybody like who wanted to go. If you're like a skinhead, neo-Nazi criminal, gang member, they would take you. But then they tightened it up a little bit. So he had to switch services. And then, and then he went back. I mean, somebody had posted, there's a lot of evidence that he was very proud of working for Blackwater, Constellus, whatever. He had the sticker on his refrigerator when he was posting with his best friend, ex-brother-in-law Seth Frantzman, lifelong Zionist operative, etc. But there was even an article maybe from like 2008 or 2009 in a local paper that or maybe even before that, where the death toll had hit 4,000 in Iraq of U.S. troops dead. And they interviewed local Mainer, Graham Platner, who served as a machine gunner and fought in Fallujah and Ramadi. And, it's interesting, like, he gives kind of a vague quote, but it almost is like, well, it sucks, but the job isn't done. And like, we got to finish the job and keep fighting. Like, he didn't give like, this is a great tragedy and blah, blah, blah. Also, the caption of the photo with him, he's like smiling smugly, wearing a Blackwater hat. This is years before he worked for Blackwater. And the caption says like, Graham Platner loves to wear this Blackwater cap that he picked up in Iraq to like trigger the like anti-war people like in his town that like are Democrats and like hate the war. So he was like trolling people with Blackwater merch and being like, yeah, that's right. Like at their most like notorious, like after all those mass shootings in like Baghdad and, like they had a lot of like massacres where they just opened up and started shooting civilians in the middle of the day. Right. And it's like around that time, he thinks it's funny, LOL, to wear a Blackwater hat around. So just so like some lib will come up to him, some anti-war pussy will fucking come up to him and try to say some shit. Like, you know, like maybe a guy like that changed, but I don't know. And then he goes to actually work for them. Like, it's just so much. And the low standards of, I think a lot of people have been really correct to point out, like the low standard, the low bar for kind of like anti-imperialist cred when it comes to going like to the global south to engage in combat operations against quote unquote bad guys or terrorists or whatever. As long as you come back and you're like, put a little red flower on your jacket and say you like Netanyahu's gone too far and I support Mamdani or whatever, then people will like line up and fucking worship you and think you're like, there's a very twisted thing of like veterans or anybody that participated fighting for U.S. Backed forces, like because they quote unquote went and did something and like fought in a conflict, they have like real experience. You remember, it reminds me of the SLA where you had like Bill Harris and Joe Ramiro were like two Vietnam veterans who had been in the military, and that was like so highly, like on some level I get it, like practically, like yeah, they have certain skills and discipline and things like that, but like they also like were PTK'd in the military also. I mean, actually I think the SLA people were actually like better at being like, I was in a pig army, like it's disgusting, like I hate what I did, you know, and like I would blow up like an army base, you know, like they were like at least very like clear and forthright, as were a lot of the Winter Soldier and like the Vietnam Veterans Against the War, like a lot of those chapters were very like, you know, now there were more lib factions like John Kerry that like got a little, they kind of ramparts out a little bit, and you know, Samini's libbing out armied and didn't like the more like militant shit. But nowadays it's like, oh, like even the radical left has to like blow sunshine up the ass of every veteran who says something like halfway demsock, you know, and just like trust them, and then you're like, you're a fucking idiot who's not realistic, shut the fuck up, like if you have any reservations about like their history being an imperial killer.
The logic is that like, oh, like whatever this person did in the past, they're gonna help us achieve our goals. But like I fundamentally question that like logic. I think that's like wrong. I think that like it like, so like for instance, like the idea would be that like, oh, even though Graham Platner might have like dedicated his entire life to like killing Arabs and Muslims for fun, like if he gets into the Senate, like he's going to help, like, you know, he's going to help us, I guess, whoever, you know, we are in this, like the left or like people who oppose genocide. He's going to help us like end, you know, the genocide in Gaza. He's going to help protect Muslim lives. He's gonna help, you know, you know, end wars. He's gonna like, I don't believe that's true.
Yeah,
like,
I don't think so.
Like, so I think that it's like a complete. That's the thing. Like, it's not a matter of like, oh, is it worth compromise? Like, you know, is it worth voting for someone who is like a bloodthirsty killer in order to like. If that were true, I think that would be a legitimate question. Like, okay, you know, he did his horrible things, but now when he gets in the Senate, he's going to be perfect. And he's going to represent our interests. Like, you know, he's actually going to work tirelessly.
Work tirelessly for that ceasefire.
Like, if you like, you know, if like, you know, there like an angel appeared and said like, you know, here's like a video that shows you the future, and you can see Graham Platner like doing like making all these amazing achievements, like, you know, putting devastating sanctions on Israel and like, you know, bringing about like a one state Palestine from the river to the sea or something. Then I think sure, okay, but I think that's like a complete fallacy. Like that imagination of like,
fantasy.
Like it is, it is a fantasy. Like like literally, it's like wrong. In fact, I think that this person. Yeah, like it's actually like the idea, like the way that people place their hope in someone like this actually is like detrimental. It's like almost in a way, like not to sound like accelerationist, but like and I don't think this is entirely true, but like on some level, it's like almost better for people to be like disillusioned and like realize that they have like an imperialist monster in office and think that they have like an advocate.
Right. I think that's always been the danger with kind of like the DSA approach in general, is they run the risk. I think AOC is like a perfect example of somebody that gives more actually credibility to the system, to the imperialist system, by being in it. And, and every time she pulls a punch, but then rationalizes it, and her simps and her fans will go to bat to defend her, that makes the imperialist system stronger, not weaker. But she'll say she's building power gradually within the system. Just wait, trust the plan.
And that's why I take slight issue with the idea that they're afraid of the DSA, or I get definitely they have sort of a sense of anxiety, or they appreciate that there is a danger to politics as usual in the rising disgust with the genocide in Gaza, right? And is sort of rising anti-imperialist sentiment on kind of the quote-unquote third worldist, as they would call it, as kind of
ultras,
using that term as a smear. The third worldist tendency on the left. But I think that the shrewder political operatives realize that they have it well in hand, and that they can easily neutralize it. At this point, I don't see why someone like Pritzker or someone like that would genuinely be afraid, because people haven't shown the kind of principles necessary or the willingness to sacrifice necessary to actually force this issue, and in fact shown an ability to be compromised very easily and satisfied easily by illusions and false promises.
And crumbs to you'll be able to move up the congressional party hierarchy,
or little tricks the whole thing of ending aid to Israel, or an arms embargo, which is they are planning on doing that, and then they're just going to sell those weapons to Israel. What we should be talking about is sanctions. What we should be talking about is sanctions. If you really want to, but that's not realistic. I don't care. I don't care, because if realistic is genocidal, then what's the point?
Right. I don't give a fuck.
If realistic is just your party winning because it tricks people,
right,
that's not meaningful. And we need to get out of this whole thought. And that's what that kind of maybe is a segue to the Morris Katz thing, because it is Morris Katz kind of the fight agency has an outsized role in the whole shape of this.
Absolutely.
And that is, it's an ad agency.
Well, I want to push back a little bit against that, because that's what Hassan has been saying the last 2 days, where he's guys, it's just an ad agency. They represent a bunch of different clients, and stop acting like they're political masterminds that are engineering all these campaigns. They literally make sick videos that I like. And that's it. Stop obsessing over fight agents. But I know that's not what you mean. I know that's not what you mean. But I just want to emphasize that from what I see written in these articles, they are much more of a brain trust consulting, a total package.
They're a political consulting firm or political strategy firm or whatever you want to call it. But they certainly do have close similarity. I think that the realizing how much of it has to do with marketing, and how much of their approach is based in kind of the discipline of marketing. Right. And that's really where Morris Katz kind of emerges from, and where he gets his credentials is from doing ads and doing media stuff and presentation stuff. My point is that it's not about finding solutions that work, or figuring out how to enact good ideas or something like that. This,
it's all optics for the race.
My point is actually in some way the opposite, where I think what Hassan is saying, as you quote him, is that this ad agency is kind of ancillary to the actual movement, and the ads are just the movement is just hiring the ad agency.
Right.
What I'm saying is that this is an ad agency directed quote unquote movement.
Everything's downstream from basically an ad agency.
And image.
It's all
just
chimeric
having
imaging.
Successful ads.
It's all spectacle.
Which is totally meaningless. Yeah, exactly.
Right.
So it doesn't matter if it's John. It's that sort of marketing perspective where it's that that sort of mercenary view of like, oh, it doesn't matter if it's John Fetterman, doesn't matter if it's this guy, doesn't matter if this, like this, person like whoever, right?
Yeah.
It's like or Zoran or Graham Platner, right? All that matters is that like we have like the message and we win using our ads.
Remember the Tom Hayden like Berkeley Barb article about the Marxist Machiavellians, and the political strategists that were like, it's all just about like image and like selling a narrative and emotional story and blah blah blah, and like that has blossomed, and now like that kind of is so much of our politics, like is just that, but so is like the DSA, like the fight agency, all this kind of they've launched a few candidates that have like won, and like it is like an advertising first mindset, and like a spectacle first mindset with like not as much care or worry about like how do you actually like exercise power like once you're in office, blah blah blah. It's just all about the next spectacular election, and but giving off a vibe that like you're fighting for blah blah blah. Like they're dialed into some point of like, oh, there's populist rage and people hate the elites, but like this is still such an elite brained way of managing it.
What's funny is that like, if they're really trying to replicate Trump, the thing that people really responded to about Trump above all was that like Trump was honest and he actually bucked like political expectations. Right. Whereas like actually what they're doing is like trying to follow trends and trying to like kind of chase the wave of like, oh, people actually hate Israel, like they find this find this awful, they find this repugnant, they're tailing,
they're doing tailism, they are where they think Trump, the workers are at,
one reason like one of the big reasons why like I like it still like sends like a ripple of disgust like through me even when I see other people be like, gotta give it to Trump, like he's like hilarious. One reason why I like always will despise Donald Trump like deeply is because like I remember when his platform was ban all Muslims from entering the United States.
Yeah.
Which is what like many people actually quit his campaign at that time who had already signed on to like basically like a intensely nativist, populist, like racist campaign about building a wall on the southern border. Like that was a bridge too far for some, right? Like, and that like the idea that you would say ban all Muslims and run political ads saying that, like religious discrimination, that like but he actually believes in the need to do that because he's like a bigot and an asshole, but like that it was honesty, and people who also like either are misinformed about like what Muslims believe or what Islam is or who knows what, like, or simply view Muslims as brown people and are racist or something like that, they like whatever, people did respond to that. But I think like it's the honesty of Trump that like that people respond to, and like Graham Platner does not have any of that. Like it's just all like oozes fakeness, and like imagine if like Trump's first ad was like the Graham Platner Oysterman ad, like it's.
What if Trump's first ad was the Oysterman?
Yeah, had been like the Graham Platner Oysterman ad.
Well, Trump, it's like because he's like a celebrity billionaire that already like his whole identity is being like a selfish, like bombastic fuck. So like he had a built-in brand, and like he exudes that kind of Tony Montana, like I tell the truth even when I lie, kind of vibe. And it's like he's lying, but he's like consistent in the way he bullshits. And then also says things that are like quote unquote not appropriate for like the political discourse environment that like everyone else is afraid to like walk over those lines. And he just like the fact that it feels spontaneous and like raw in a way. And like, Graham Platner, like
people call him like an honest liar, which is like, true. He's
still a fucking liar, but
lies, right? He makes up shit all the time, right? But like
you sort of know what you're getting when he opens his mouth.
He did buck political taboos, and he I believe that like, for instance, ban all Muslims in that instance, like it is a lie in a way that he would like actually deliver on that promise for various good reasons, such as like the First Amendment and like the basic like fundamentals of American democracy.
The courts like shut him down,
like such like, but like also like he hates Muslims, like that is true, right? And like
and he's surrounded by Zionists.
Not even the Bushes, like mass murderers would say,
right,
or admit, right?
Yeah, despite like being responsible probably for like a million
aspect of it,
Yeah, they probably have like at least
Platner
a million dead Muslims
Bush,
on their
actually,
hands.
in many ways, and in fact fought in their army.
Well, yeah, he did fight in the Bush's army. He picked up that machine gun and fought for the Bushes, which is yeah. Hold on 1 second. I'm just gonna grab my dog.
I will fill the dead air. Let me think. Let's talk about. I was just saying, yeah, like there. I just think that like. Yeah, I didn't mean to obscure the fact that Trump like constantly lies and is deeply duplicitous and even betrays like his own base. But like, there's definitely a huge difference between that and what Platner does. Like complete, like the
what were you saying?
Yeah. I was just saying that, like, yeah, I was just filling the dead air a little bit. I was just saying that, like, I didn't mean to, obfuscate the fact that Trump, like, does constantly lie and, like, that he really is, like, like almost a pathological liar. But,
yeah.
it's a different kind of thing than what you see with Platner, where it's like he's an individual liar, where like this is like a calculated lie by committee. Trump maybe lies like instinctively.
Yeah. And like it's Trump for how like I mean, on sometimes he does
him do the calculated lies, but
right, and sometimes he lies about what he is going to do. I guess like when he says he wasn't going to go to war, but a lot of times like he follows through on even very insane things that he says he's going to do. Like he actually does it, and then people are like, "Oh my god!" And with Platner, like. You didn't even really get a vibe that he was going to like do. I mean, he's also going to be a senator, but like you didn't really get a sense that he was going to like really like blow everybody's minds by like introducing some radical legislation or, I mean, honestly, I do wonder if they were going to
was like flip the Senate to be Democratic.
That was right. Like I don't even think in the Senate, like what the fuck is he going to do? I honestly do like the vibe of it now, looking back on it, is that maybe all of them really did get gassed up that like he's going to be the dark horse 2028 candidate. Like he's going to be our boy. And maybe that's why they felt like they really had to like, they could not abandon him because like this was everybody's ticket from Morris Katz to Dan Morath to Ryan Grimm and Emma Vigeland, all these other people, and probably Platner himself. Like I think the New York Times article today said that like some people around Platner feel like Morris Katz, Dan Morath, and maybe there's like one other person. Like in a way, they almost like psychologically, like again, like Manchurian candidate, like they kind of like gassed him up and like manipulated him into believing that he was like actually leading a hacking revolution and that like he could be president in like 4 years and be like the Bernie president.
That is
and like
weird. Like that aspect.
And it was like Graham was like unstable, and they just blew past any like consideration of like both his dark fucked up past and his like psychological state, and like preyed upon his like WASP fail son narcissism or whatever, and were like, you're the best, like you're gonna be president.
No,
blah,
yeah,
blah, blah.
like this is a weird, like, yeah, you were telling me about this article. I hadn't actually read this yet. It's like in the New York Times. It is a weird element to it. Yeah, it does almost seem like they like Morris Katz is like feeding him like messianic delusions. Like the initial headhunters, Dan Morath and Leanne Fan, and then a third out-of-state operative they called up to Maine, Morris Katz. Mm-hmm. So all three of them told Mr. Platner he was, quote, the one, a, quote, hero of the movement, quote, a historical figure who, quote, could be, quote, leading a revolution, according to half a dozen
Colston Westbrook and Sin Q. Like, I'm just thinking about that. Like, you could be a leader.
So that is like, according to the New York Times, half a dozen people attested that they were like constantly being like, you're the one, Graham. Like, you're our hero, Graham. Like, you're going to lead a revolution. Like, what's going on? Like, why is this like,
this is so shady. Why
is this guy being like PTK'd?
Right.
Well,
like, he has the resume for it. But it okay, so if people don't know, Dan Morath and his the other woman who is like his fiance, or they're romantically like linked and they work together. They were the ones that had that like shocking interview a few weeks back, like on like the Wall Street Journal did like a video interview with them. That's where everyone got to like hear his like voice, his like RFK voice for the first time, but also like his smug, like Yale law, like DSA nerd, like fucking affect, like his know-it-all, fucking weird affect. Like it, like I've never seen a more kind of like punchable face of like, who the fuck are you? Like the mad scientist of like DSA electioneering. It's like, well, it's like, did you know about the Nazi tattoo? no, like, oh, but we paid for like a tiny bit of an expedited vetting, and I didn't see anything in there that meant that he shouldn't be the next senator. And they're like giggling with each other the whole time. And there's their vibe is like fucking sus. Like, I don't know what. Like, I've seen other people post that were involved with DSA Pittsburgh that like that guy does have, I don't know exactly what drama went down with him, but a lot of people that have politically organized with him in the past like don't have the highest opinion. But then he comes out of fucking nowhere. I think he's still in Yale Law School. Maybe he took a leave of absence, but like he hasn't graduated yet. But by the way, Yale Law School is like one of the weirdest like graduate institutions, I think. Like I know somebody who went to like a different graduate school at Yale and then like told me like Yale Law School is the weirdest fucking, but it's like where like Clarence Thomas and like Chesa Boudin both, and like JD Vance and like this fucking DSA guy, like the most like right wing kind of people that end up being powerful, and then like the most kind of like heckin' leftist but still kind of compatible people.
Weird in general. Like
it's very weird
ass place in New Haven. Like what's going on there? Like Harvard is kind of like a Disneyland like vibe, I would say. Mm-hmm. Like I don't know too much about Princeton, but like Yale like has more of like the sense of like, Harvard is going to be consumed by its brand, I feel like, and now it like does have a kind of a theme park university vibe to it. But like
it's been
Yale,
taken over
like,
by new money.
It still has like it's a weird, it still has that kind of it's a more of a real university, but like everyone who like goes to Yale is very weird, I think.
As they said in American Psycho, that whole Yale thing, But yeah, I do think, actually, like Harvard's like more like obviously sus, but then like Yale is still floating a little below the radar and has like the deeper like old money, like fucking Skull and Bones.
Well, because like Harvard like is kind of like because it has like that sort of international big brand, mm-hmm. like it does like a lot of people like athletes and like all sort of like prestige admits and stuff like that,
like super rich people from around the different countries also like send their kids to Harvard.
It's like it's a lot of people's first choice, mm-hmm. It's anyway. There's something uniquely weird about Yale. But,
no, there is. I tried to look up more about Maraf. He's just kind of like a shadowy figure. Like he runs a consultancy called Dark Forest LLC, which I wasn't apparently run out of his parents' house. Like, but I wasn't able to see much more like background on him. He is kind of shadowy, but I guess like somehow I don't know if him or Morris Katz were like the first to like jump and like identify. I think Maraf was the first, and then like they linked up with Morris Katz and formed a little like trifecta.
They brought him in because he was like the mastermind behind Zohran, I guess.
He was. That's how most people, I think, heard of him. However,
even though he had his start in the Fetterman,
right, and a few races before that.
The most notable candidate he worked for. Yeah,
that was his first big W. Was getting old Fett across the line, and obviously, probably the most like psychotically aggressively Zionist like Democratic senator we have now. Like pretty like. And I know a lot of people say it's not the same Fed. I think Hassan again said that like, well, you guys gotta understand, like the Fetterman that I simped for and campaigned for and Morris Katz worked for is not the same, the post-stroke one that like is in office now. Like something's like wrong with him. And like and then he was probably like swayed by like Zio advisors to like become what he is now and blah blah blah. Maybe, but like he always was like sus about Israel and not quite as like a lefterino as maybe his advisors and PR people and certain podcasters painted him out to be when they interviewed him back in 2015 and then deleted it from the internet. But like a lot of people were standing him for a very long time as he rose from the Braddock mayor to lieutenant governor because he endorsed Bernie in 2016. So that means he's fucking our guy, and you can totally trust him because you're so desperate for any guy that looks like a steelworker to like fucking vote for Bernie, so that was Katz's, first big thing. And then you get the Zohran thing and like a lot of the media about him, he is a Jewish American, but that really sells his family background short, I would say. But like is, you know, he's a Gen Z, he's like 27 now. He's an anti-APAC. I think it's kind of careful the way they describe it. You know, he's critical of Israel in a way that, you know, Zionists usually are not. And, you know, was part of the you know, one of the kind of like a brain trust person for Zoran, like an advisor, a media guy making those like yellow font, like those punchy campaign ads for him, which were very successful. Fair enough. You know, the slick aesthetic, whatever. But also like articles would say that there was a Haaretz article that was interesting, where it said that like, oh, Morris Katz was basically like he ended up being this kind of informal like political power broker between like the Jewish community and like power players in New York and the Mamdani campaign to sort of broker like you know, like this guy's not like anti-Semitic and like you can still support him and like disagree about Israel and like you shouldn't all, you know, basically unite to like crush him, like maybe whatever. And I think maybe that bore some fruit to like Brad Lander, you know, is like a liberal Zionist, but a little more friendly. Yeah. He's critical of Netanyahu, whatever. Like they linked up. And so, you know, like then Zoran has this big victory and there's like this wonderkind, Morris Katz, who's just, you know, but again, like he's doing a lot behind the scenes. He's not just making videos. Like how is this 27-year-old a critical power broker between like powerful Jewish donors in New York City and Zoran Mamdani? How does that happen? Right? Like it's I mean, off the Fetterman win, like alone? No. Well, I think it has something to do, again, people are going to hate it, but we have to DNA watch a little bit, not in a protocols way, but like in a, what kind of family does Morris Katz come from that might give him the social capital to be a 27-year-old that can like step in and fulfill that role? Does that have something to do with why Morris Katz is like the new guy who just burst on the fucking scene all of a sudden? You know, I think it does. Like, I think, frankly, like having looked into his family background, which like a lot of even people that are kind of criticizing him, like haven't really looked into, you know, like it starts to paint an interesting picture of like a young prince, like a young seemingly maybe rebellious prince that actually comes from like very heavy hitting, like Zionist bourgeoisie, like roots, like going back several generations. And also like I'd say his grandfather in particular, Mr. Harry J. Katz, who was a like infamous bon vivant and kind of playboy in Philadelphia throughout like the late 20th century. Like he's an interesting thing to like zoom in on. I think if anybody is on X, I did a pretty long thread, I think a day or two ago, about this really excellent article. I'd found it a while back, and it kind of like I like filed it away because it like shocked me. It was a very long piece, I think, in Philadelphia Magazine or Philly Magazine by Stephen Roderick, who we're MUFOs now. But I guess, you know, Stephen Roderick like was writing this article in 1997, The Trouble with Harry J. Katz, and it's like very in-depth profile where he goes and hangs out with this guy and very much like talks about, you know, his whole life and this like larger than life figure, but like his kind of chaotic relationships with women, and which were kind of coming to a head in the late 90s, like after some very tragic incidents. But like I think maybe I should just go through like the thread real quick because it's the fastest way to clock everything. Now, I know like poor Morris Katz, he's a little 27-year-old small bean. It's so mean that we're reading about how sus his grandfather was, but like it's not unrelated to, I think, like his political career. And I think this thread kind of explains why in a lot of ways, like just in terms of like who his family knows in terms of like Democratic Party politics and shit. This is like almost like a Kennedy, like a not exactly Kennedy in terms of like fame, but in terms of like a family that is intergenerationally very tied in with like the Democratic Party machine, right? Like, you know, yeah, and I don't think you just are like, oh, a 27-year-old and then like you're just a random guy who's just so smart. blah, 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 that you happen to become this like very powerful political strategist that is doing every fucking Senate race. And also like, again, like being the bulwark of like vague democratic socialism, like the idea, I just, call it like, does it have to be like the most like bourgeois people ever like leading this movement? Like, does because it kind of feels like it has to be. Like at this point, because like 80% of, especially New York, like everybody's got some kind of like fancy lineage, and sometimes they hide it, sometimes they don't as much, but it's like this little like club that, and everyone acts like it's like totally not a big deal, that like everybody comes from, like hardcore, like high bourgeois or like political connections or something like that. But anyways, so let's see right here. Maybe I'll bring it up I'll bring up the screen for everybody so you can see some of the screenshots.
I was just reading this Haaretz article. This is kind of interesting, actually.
The way they frame certain things, I think, and like the way he frames his. But yeah, maybe if you want to read that for a little bit from that first, because it's like how he describes himself.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention, well, he grew up like in a family, like you kind of mentioned, he said, I grew up accepting much of what was said around Israel over family dinners or over days of Hebrew school. One of the things that makes this issue so interesting or unique is the friction of learning about Israel as a project of liberalism and as a beacon of so many of the things we're taught from a value standpoint to admire. Then, as you're exposed to more and more of the reality, more of the history, understanding the full context of what's happening and the nature of injustice that's occurring. I mean, reasonable statement,
Fair enough.
The reaction that people have to Israel, maybe not as aggressive as I would like, but like still, like something. The reaction that people have to Israel is one of the most inconsistent things in our politics, blah, blah, blah. But this is like kind of what I find to be sort of interesting about this. When asking these questions was clearly part of his political journey, Katz has a clear and explicit answer about, quote, the main accelerator that radicalized me, the American Israel Political Affairs Committee, more commonly known as AIPAC.
Yeah.
I started to see what was happening with clear eyes. My eyes were open to the realities of apartheid in Israel, he says, though AIPAC's role in American electoral politics truly came to the forefront in 2022 when its then new United Democracy Project Super PAC intervened in a North Carolina House race against the campaign managed by Katz. Don Davis defeated the Katz-managed Erica Smith in the state's first congressional district, buoyed by UDP spending $2.1 million in favor of Davis and $335,000 against Smith, which were at the time unheard of numbers for pro-Israel super PACs intervening in House races. There simply is not enough in-district money to compete with outside this spending of this level, and that's a troubling reality about the current state of American politics, Katz said at the time. Reflecting on the 2022 race, Katz now decries how AIPAC, quote, spent ungodly amounts of money, never mentioning Israel once, because Smith had taken some vote 9 years prior that they didn't agree with. It felt so sinister and bad faith. If these people are doing this, then what are they defending? It helps fill out this vision of a structure of conservative billionaires in America, spending massive sums of money, undermining American democracy for the sake of protecting an authoritarian in Israel, he says. AIPAC poses the single biggest existential threat to democracy in America out of any group. It is spending hundreds of millions of dollars fighting a fascist in Israel and to sustain the power structures that sustain a fascist, while never mentioning the issue and aligning yourself with Donald Trump and going into predominantly communities of color with massive disinformation campaigns, Katz says. It's disgusting. So it's kind of interesting, actually, because it does kind of remind me of how AIPAC is so central to a lot of these like anti-Zionist campaigns.
Yes.
Which, as I was just saying, I think is like kind of a red herring, because there are other like pro-Israel PACs, and like I was saying this last time, like AIPAC itself could reconstitute, right? And like it almost seems like his grievance with AIPAC, I mean, like is like that they're undermining American democracy, and like pay attention to what he said. He said that she made a vote 9 years ago they didn't like for some reason. So it's almost like she wasn't actually like really a principled anti-Zionist. They just like AIPAC was being unreasonable and unfair, and they made his candidate lose.
Yeah,
and,
he seems most exercised.
Him,
it seems he's most exercised about they're making his candidates lose.
Exactly. Yeah.
And it's not fair.
Like, got pissed off because he got angry at them, and then like kind of as a corollary to that, he decided to become like to take down AIPAC, which like they are an evil organization.
Yeah.
But they're not like the whole thing, like the whole framing is like fundamentally liberal Zionist.
Yeah,
right?
it is.
A fascist in Israel.
Yeah.
An authoritarian.
Stand
in
up to
Israel.
Netanyahu.
That's not the problem.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's not the problem.
Exactly.
Like the problem is the state of Israel. Like the problem is like, again, like I said, like a reasonable position that, like, you know, I think is within the framework of American politics, and it's not like, you know, radical per se, but like it would show seriousness, is sanctions on Israel. But like nothing like that is even, or not even like an embargo on it. Like his focus is even about, like, he does mention like my eyes were open to apartheid in Israel.
Yeah.
You know, like, but he doesn't even say the word genocide. Doesn't even talk about the plight of Palestinians. He doesn't even talk about like all the like abominable, like atrocious things Israel has done hand in hand with the United States. Throughout, like, he's talking about how AIPAC undermined American democracy through money in politics, which is another note that Platner hit in his like, you know, pulling out like the classic thing of
money in politics. What's
like,
up with that? Money,
you know,
they gotta get this money out of. I get like triggered whenever I hear somebody say that. It's like get money out of. It's literally what
literally in a society that like is entirely centered around money. So like if you
like, I'm sorry, but that's not
to get money out of politics.
That's like a bromide. That's not a serious like
basically,
position.
Like the only way to get money out of politics would be to abolish capitalism, basically. Like
right. Or even like to say even back like 25 years ago, like the you know, while imperfect, like the McCain-Feingold, like, you know, there were like certain restrictions on, and then, you know, Citizens United blew that out of the water.
About like what you want to
like I'm gonna put forward a constitutional amendment to have like publicly funded elections or something like that.
That's the thing about Platner, is like he never ever was specific about anything.
Yeah.
Like I never heard him say anything specific. Even like Abdul El Sayed, which like, you know, Abdul Rahman Al Sayed, Abdul what? But anyway, like he you know, no, not to be, but like he like said that thing like that people were talking about, how he said like get rid of all like property taxes for seniors. Like that's like wacky, like, and ridiculous, but at least like that is like, you know, a proposal or something, you know.
Right,
like, I didn't even hear anything on that level from Platner, did we?
You know, a lot of Platner-tudes, I would say.
Yeah. Whoa! Did we even hear like Medicare for All or anything from him? Did he?
He might have gestured at Medicare for All to just show how hard, because that's of course the ultimate standard of being hardcore and heavy and with it is to say Medicare for All, and then like AOC just forget about it and like not talk about it anymore, because it's impossible.
Also, like, I'm kind of like sick of Medicare for All, because like Medicare, like, first of all, like itself is like possibly being dismantled, and like.
I think
is Medicare like good anymore? Like, it's kind of like it's ridiculous how people have gotten like moved to this like bullshit position. Like, I like shouldn't even say like, you know, Medicare for All as if it's anything, but like, you know,
think about all the stuff that they sacrificed. They decided to not take a stand on because of the one holy grail of Medicare for All, like from like between 2016 and 2020, and then. Like, I think it's fallen off a little bit as like the main, like AOC doesn't even talk about it anymore, but it kind of got everybody to like subsume. I think you saw it rear up with Platner again, and people were like, I don't give a fuck about how many women he sexted as long as I get health care, or like, I don't give a fuck what he did in the military as long as I get my health. I just want health care. I just want health care, honey. Think about that. That really hits different now, like 8 years later, doesn't it? Given what we know about who said it. But that was a heckin' dirtbag leftist DSA, like, holy talking point, right? That was celebrated back then as like kind of like the essence of like this movement. And if you brought up that Bernie, like, you know, Parenti, the great Dr. Parenti did in one of his final kind of like appearances in 2040, he says, I used to be friends with Bernie, but then, you know, he got into Congress, and then we over all the Yugoslavia stuff. He voted for bombing Yugoslavia, and I said, Bernie, what are you doing? And he's like, oh, well, you know, you gotta do healthcare, whatever the fuck. And he's like, I just couldn't associate with him after that, right? Like, so if you brought up shit like that, like Bernie is a little bit of like a social imperialist. Or something like that, they'd be like, shut the fuck up, like, we need healthcare, honey, like, that's not important right now, like, actually, you know, blah blah blah, like. Or, you know, like the U.S. military will be like will be based and like socialist if like Bernie's president. Like, we're not going to be the same old empire. Like, there was a lot of that, like pushing that kind of shit off to the side. And then I think they tried it again with Platner by throwing out some of that, like, yeah, I support Medicare for All. There's no real like plan to push it at this point.
Yeah, exactly,
until what they get like 30 senators or something. Like, you know, it's not coming anytime soon, but it does sound good. It puts you on a spectrum so people can judge how how righteous you are. But I'm kind of more with like the I don't know, like maybe I would like to see, obviously, like some kind of national healthcare system, and to have all the private healthcare companies be like nationalized and like put out or whatever. I don't think that's like actually the ruling class is not going. They're not going to like give that to the people. And so sacrificing all of your kind of like anti-imperial principles for the vain hope of getting that one thing that's like not going to be got right now or allowed at all.
Even if they said like a national universal healthcare, that would be more than they do say,
Right. Like, they're still kind of like pussyfooting around it, and it's like,
that's the thing. Like, I don't like, I think like it's ridiculous. Like, the compromise thing is like, so like, again, like if we're trying to imitate like Trump and like the sort of like the principles of Trumpism, like Trump does like compromise, and like very rarely he compromises, like he compromised like on abortion, I guess, that was like the one thing, like but that wasn't really a compromise for him, because like that's not like obviously something that he like cares about, but like it did piss off like people in his kind of base, right? Like people, they were like, he should take a harder line on abortion or something, like then leaving it to the states, etc. But I mean, they did make amazing progress on that, like courts, in terms of what they said during the campaign, they overturned Roe versus Wade. So it's kind of like compared to that, like the compromises like really aren't, you don't see like this, like why not say both? Why not say like national healthcare and also like boycott, divestment, and sanctions?
Why not? Remember the Black Panthers had a 10-point party program, and they had 10 demands simultaneously, and I know that's a little different context from like an electoral, whatever, but
like
still
populism and what people support and what people want.
Yeah.
Then then why not just say those things, right? It's like, with
him, it was like stop funding the genocide, which like, okay, fair enough, but like it is still kind of vague. And I guess maybe he would be one vote in the Senate, even though not a lot of the Democrats are Zionists, so like they're not going to vote for that. So it's quite uphill, but nonetheless, okay, one vote. That's like
at his website
a potential plus.
Right,
oh yeah,
ban billionaires buying elections. According to Citizens United, it is every billionaire's constitutional right to buy an election.
Yeah.
We must throw out of Washington any politician who will not commit to passing a constitutional. Throw them out of Washington. Okay. All right. So I guess his plan is to throw out people from Washington and then pass an amendment, a constitutional amendment to ban billionaires buying elections. Literally makes no sense. Anyway,
establish a public financing system. Does not like ban billionaires from like, and a constitutional amendment's a very heavy lift, and like, whatever. Like
he does say, I will be a strong supporter of a Medicare for all system, moving away from the for-profit insurance system that has brought us nothing but grief. Okay, there we go.
Right. I mean, his big line is about like all the his big like the little speech, very well-tested speech he would give in like all interviews and some speeches was like, when I got back from the Middle East, I like I was able to get health care and get like a disability pension and whatever for like $50,000 a year, and get health care, and like that allowed me to heal as a war fighter or whatever, and like and then start an oyster business, and then like do all these things, and like what if all of us, not just vets, like got to have that same opportunity and got whatever. Like it sounds nice, and it also sounds like this, oh wow, like he's such a thoughtful vet, like, oh my God, whatever. But, and he's kind of like that's like, what if we all had this like kind of socialism that currently is only for like the troops, but like could be, his experiences with the VA teach him that everybody should have like public health care, blah, blah, blah. It's like, okay, fine, but it's still pretty vague about like, and I get it. Like if people are treating it like a consumer choice, it's like that or Janet Mills, like, It's funny how much the DNC establishment that he rails against, like, apparently hated him, that they really, like, didn't give a fuck about, like, running anybody that, like why not run, like, a more centrist, like, version of Graham Platner against Graham Platner instead of, like, Janet Mills? Like, you could chalk it up to, like, Schumer sucks at strategy. He's a dinosaur. But I don't know. Like, we've kind of been entertaining this idea of, like, given these people that swooped in and like selected him and gassed him up and kind of gave him like a script and like bullet points of like how to run and present himself and what he was going to take a stand on. Like, what was there an aspect that was like baked in earlier on to like set this guy up as kind of like the fake Bernie, like Chud veteran who's like a woke socialist and doesn't like Israel, and then because they didn't have anybody that could like beat a candidate like that in the primary, like just kind of like Janet Mills like dropped out and like he didn't even debate her, you know, like she just gave up and he waltzed through the primary like winning it totally easily.
Right, she stopped campaigning. Yeah, like so you were like I saw a tweet from someone who you know said something along the lines of like, you know, your program got destroyed, you know, whatever you want to say about Platner and how he was unvetted, you got like blown out. Like, it's like, well, she wasn't campaigning, she literally said like, I'm suspending my campaigin.
Yeah, he was unopposed.
Like, you know,
he was unopposed, and like that's
like honestly, like it's kind of bad that he only got 72%. Like on like when she was
thought,
like,
I mean, he did have racked up some scandals by that point, but clearly they had saved some of the real buckshot for after he won, but also kind of an indication that maybe it wasn't like primarily Republican forces like behind this. Like they torpedoed him, they dropped the kill hammer before the deadline so that the Democrats could replace him with somebody else, like you know, before it's like locked in. And I feel like that smells more like people in like the Democratic kind of power structure, or people on that side of the ball are kind of managing the downfall of Graham Platner and timing it strategically, because, you know, if they had waited like another month, then you like ruin his reputation, but then like you can't replace him, and you basically just like took the L, and like that would probably be they don't want to do that.
Slice of Chi in the chat says Platner definitely showed how to win in Maine. I mean, look, definitely he did win, and like he possibly, like if he like didn't have like all of these scandals and weren't now currently dropping out, like he might have defeated Susan Collins.
Maybe.
I mean, I heard like rumors that like Susan Collins, like their Oppo team had like other stuff.
Right.
Like,
yeah, I mentioned that. Yeah, you know? They're like bummed out now that they can't use it.
Yeah, that's. I almost feel like that's. When I saw that story, I was a little bit skeptical, but I mean, it might be true. They have other like the whole like, but the narrative like, oh, they're sad that like Platner's leaving, like it's kind of like, you know, like because they were scared of him, like
I think they're sad because they thought we have like a silver bullet to totally destroy this guy in like the fall, and now like they might pick somebody who's like just boring and like doesn't have like Nazi tattoos and isn't a rapist and like didn't do a million horrible things, and you know it's like, ah, shit, like that was gonna be so easy.
I don't know if it really was like about the whole like Platner thing, or if it was like just because you know, he was like not Janet Mills, and like but I also feel like even if like that was a strategy that could win in Maine in the future, now I almost feel like it has been poisoned, because like the next like guy Morris Katz digs up like with a fake oyster farm, who like is like, oh, I'm just a working man, like people are gonna be like, oh shit, like kind of like, you know, we were with John Fetterman, I guess, as they should be, you know, even if a legitimate person like that came along, you know, who wasn't like a bloodthirsty murderer and like what, you know, actually was like a salt of the earth commercial fisherman or something, then
the people would be a little more suspicious this time, because
exactly.
like,
you know, they had the bad taste in their mouth from Graham Platner's campaign. Like I mean, someone in the chat also mentioned like the like, you know, that he gets like $4,000 a month from like veterans benefits, and like that
he lives off that.
Actually like an oysterman.
No, it's like kind of a vanity business. Almost all the oysters he farms are sold to his mom's like bed and breakfast restaurant that is in like the same town, and also like his dad loaned him like hundreds of thousands of dollars to buy the house that he lives in. So like he's like a trust fund baby who's like the only actual job he got like paid for at like a working class wage was when he was like murdering like people in Iraq and Afghanistan.
Well, yeah, he's kind of like a career soldier in a way, and like still ultimately like is just getting paid for his service. Like that's really like what he the whole thing of like, oh, I'm a commercial fisherman, I'm an oysterman, like really he's kind of just like, you know, standing back and standing by for like the U.S. military, you know, like
or to put it on a new mission.
It's interesting that he's like supposed to be totally disabled,
That's like a designation the VA uses that I saw some like people kind of like calling him out and saying like, oh, that happens a lot. Like people will like overestimate, they'll like exaggerate because they want to get that like 100% disabled status, because then you get like a big check. Like they kind of like, you know, give you like a pension.
Obviously.
Yeah, right. Yeah. But like he's probably like maybe I forget what
like if
the
he's totally
criteria
disabled,
is.
like how can he be running for Senate and how can he be a senator?
I feel like I could be wrong, but I think that like if you have PTSD nowadays, like you could say you're 100% disabled. Maybe if you could like demonstrate that your doctor like has diagnosed you and you know you have like struggles, and I'm sure he got like minor injuries at some point
I guess you know people definitely like sort of manipulate the federal government like payouts and stuff like that, which is I don't think, you know, the worst thing in the world to take advantage of it however you can. But it is kind of like, well, you said you were totally disabled, like you said you're like unable to have gainful employment. So like how are you able to it sort of like feeds into the sort of like PTK image where it's just like, you know, I can't think for myself. I'm just a soldier. Like I'm just here to, you know,
showing
like,
up in an alcoholic fugue with like that.
Yeah, exactly.
It's interesting that like the most like memorable thing about the Rasico said that is like seared into her memory is like the look on his face when he like looked up at her and it was like completely blank and like gone. And like he was just like not like, in a way he was like dissociated and like shit-faced, but like, you know, like you could see in his eyes that like he was in like PTK mode or something, and it's like creepy, you know. But like he is kind of, I don't know, like I think I'm all for like veterans coming back and growing, but this guy did not demonstrate that like he had really like grown morally as like a man, as a person, and like fully understood or was like willing to cop to like it was wrong for me to like participate, or like it was incredibly stupid for me to like go over there. And there wasn't a sense of kind of like, listen, war is like hell, it's like evil, like I saw it up close. Like he talks about his personal trauma, like his friend getting his like head blown off by like an IED or whatever, and like crying about it, but it's still all that's like narcissistic, and it's about him and his like buddies, like their personal trauma, and like the war's bad because they experience personal trauma, like not necessarily.
Well, yeah, like that's that's
because
that's
the wholesale destruction of his whole
that's part
country.
of this whole thing. Like what you're saying, like that's not realistic. That's not like a reasonable platform for a congressional candidate, because like that would be saying to all the other vets and like all the patriotic Americans out there that like you shouldn't be proud of our troops and proud of their service and everything, and that's not what the the chuds want to hear or whatever, you know, like, which like
you got to gas up the chuds and the vets, like, and
that may well be true to some extent, but like I don't care, you know, like I just don't like, I just kind of like,
you just got to stand on business.
I think there's a difference between like, you know, whether that like sort of policy could win in a Democratic primary or whatever, or what's necessary to win a Democratic primary, and even the question of like what is like what is realistic that actually like, I think there's many levels to this here. On one hand, you have the question of like what can realistically win, which is totally meaningless and separate entirely from like what is a realistic way to achieve like goals that are important.
Yeah.
Right. And then you have the issue of like what is right, which is like, and whether even like focusing on like getting someone into electoral position like into the Senate is actually going like a realistic way to achieve those goals like at all, and if there really is any difference between those two previous things. Right? But but I think like in terms of like the sort of discourse complex around Platner, like what you were talking about in terms of like the sort of like leftist leaders and like the influencer sphere, like they kind of didn't like deal with that contradiction where there wasn't like any sort of like reckoning with like the fact that like this is like actually has nothing to do with like what you are supposed to be like what you're supposed to support, what you're supposed to believe in, like it. Well, then if
like
you have
what
to
can win,
sell out your values that like are the reason why like you're part of the quote unquote we that needs to win, then like what does it matter if that helps quote unquote us win, because you're not actually part of us.
Right.
You know,
instead it's like the influencers, the consultants, the advisors, and the politicians themselves that all get rich, and the actual people being ostensibly represented by this like senator don't. They might get to feel good like a sports game, which is fun, but like they're not actually getting any like real delivery. The people like hyping him up the most and like on Team Graham and like, you know, like policing the discourse all day long, they're working for a payoff down the road. Like if he wins, like that will increase their clout, their audience, like it'll increase their access to have like your old bartender's now a senator. You can hit him up for like sources and shit, Ryan Grimm, you know, and stuff like just being able to feel like Morris Katz collects another trophy. And, you know, he's got all these fucking Zoran, Fetterman, Platner, like, you know, all these people that like have him to thank with his brilliant big Gen Z brain, like, you know, for getting him into office. And these are all the people that fucking benefit in this like system. So like, yeah, if you're not at least like standing on business on like a principle and being like, there has to be like some guiding line of like, oh, I'm not going to completely sell out my own position just to like win office, because then you defeat the purpose of running in the first place, and you become, in fact, you strengthen the system. The last thing I want to say about like adding credence to the Morris Katz being a little bit like careful about his like, you know, there's a fascist government over there right now, like Netanyahu, we got to stand up to Netanyahu in AIPAC. I do believe that I saw that, and this was used to like emphasize how not anti-Semitic Graham Platner was, is I think he had like a Passover Seder like dinner this year with like J Street lobbyists, and that's a perfect example of another faction.
AIPAC,
yes, exactly. I think they do realize there's a generational shift going on, bipartisan, of turning on Israel and thinking Israel is sus and they're doing a genocide and we should stop funding them. And they know that like the AIPAC is like the old school kind of like browbeating, like more conservative kind of, you're either with us or we're just going to like openly fuck you. And like that's becoming unviable as a thing, as an enforcement mechanism for Zionism in American politics. J Street, on the other hand, think about like the biggest endorsement Graham Platner got, Bernie. Bernie just said like, you know, a month or two ago, like, would you support, you know, kind of like what Zoran said, like a one-state solution with equal rights. And he goes, well, you know, I think that would be the end of Israel as a Jewish state, and I support Israel. So no, like, and you're like, damn, dog, like you're a fucking Zionist, like a one state with equal rights. Like, no, it has to be a Jewish state. Okay, and then like the fact that Bernie endorses Graham Platner, like almost in a weird way, like people perceive it as like, this lends credence to Graham Platner's like anti-Zionism, but it's like actually it kind of does the opposite. Like Bernie's so cool with him, like maybe because he's like not more hardcore on the issue. But I think that J Street strategy is going to become much more prominent. Like I could see Josh Shapiro in 2028. I could definitely see J.B. Pritzker, who funds a lot of like Zionist, you know, his family funds a ton of Zionist orgs and has been known to flirt with the DSA dirtbag left a couple times. I think we've covered, right? We got to keep an eye on them as well, because they are, you know, J.B. Pritzker has been like very like quiet, and he definitely is not like disavowed Israel like in a general sense. I think maybe he said some like sharp words for Netanyahu, and like, you know, there needs to be more care taken about like civilian casualties or something like that, right? Like they all know that if they come out of the gate just like zioing out like super hard, that like you almost have to save that for like a Richie Torres or a Hakeem like, Jeffries.
I honestly even feel that way about like the saying that it's a genocide, because like if you actually mean that, then like, you know, for instance, let me like read what Platner says on his website, because this is actually almost a perfect example in a way.
Okay.
Hold on. You know, I don't know if like this even like went through edits, because it's like a very weirdly like kind of formatted. Hold on, I gotta go to the platform. I closed it because I was like, you know, Here we go. Platform, Graham Platner for Senate. So he has a section called "The War in Gaza," which, first of all, I'm like, what war? But anyway, could be called the genocide in Gaza. But he does say underneath here, "I have not minced words of this issue, except for in the title of this section. We are sending American taxpayer dollars to underwrite the starvation of Gaza in what can only be accurately described as a genocide. I stand with all people seeking peace, democracy, and self-determination." Yeah, I guess, going back to his, free everything days. In this moment, that means a clear-eyed condemnation of the Gaza genocide and the use of every means available to America to bring it to an end. Again, I could feel honestly, it does compare unfavorably with, Zohran's campaign. Credit where it's due. Again, it was sort of an empty threat, but Zohran did at least make the empty threat that he would arrest Netanyahu if he came to New York.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, he did.
That when people commit a genocide, they go to jail. They get tried for war crimes.
Or they ought to. Yeah.
Yeah, they're supposed to.
Yeah, they're supposed
If
to.
the most powerful country in the world actually, if the political tide in the most powerful country in the world determines that, our longtime ally has in fact committed a genocide, the worst possible war crime, then the people who are part of that genocide, they don't get to retire and go live in Trump Tower Gaza. They go to the Hague, and if a state commits a genocide, they face serious, what is every means available? Be specific, because that's the thing about we're working tirelessly, I'll do whatever I can. It's and actually, as so happens, I'm totally disabled, so I can't do anything. It's what are the means available to you? Again, what are you gonna do? I think that is a reasonable thing to ask for, and people, if you it's just, there's a contradiction, Again, I feel like we should get to your thread and sort of the history here, but it's this it's just a fakeness that drives me crazy, because it's obviously just a buzz. They've turned genocide into a buzzword. They've turned genocide into kind of a shibboleth that you have to say in but if they don't. There's no, they don't recognize the meaning behind it.
Right.
There's no actual anti-imperial or even anti-genocide principle behind it. It's just I need to play the face game.
You know what these lefties want to hear. Yeah. Play the face game. Be right on. Say the G word.
It's the left is going to be very angry if you refuse to call it a genocide. So you need to say genocide. It's just okay. Do you know the dictionary definition of the term genocide? You know the legal definition of the term genocide? It's
Yeah. I hate to say it, as radicalizing as the last few years have been, I think, in terms of genuinely turning people to the side of Palestine and against Israel, I do sometimes within leftist spaces, I get those heebie-jeebies sometimes when I some people are kind of I don't think you can automatically assume that if somebody says positive words about pro-Palestinian sentiment or vague anti-Israel sentiment, that that's proof that they're authentic and against the sort of Zionist power structure, and they're totally you can trust them completely. Opportunists are sliding in to this movement and this wave and adopting some of that rhetoric to win remotely. People over, right?
There was a time, times have changed, it's a very popular position, right?
There's a window maybe where you could spot people that were just reflexively defending Israel and wouldn't, and be oh, caught you, you're full of shit. You know what I mean? But now, it's we had various celebrities that were vocal kind of lefty people, and they showed their ass after October 7th. There's that, but now people are hip to that. And politicos are hip to that, and they know that that's gonna get people really excited. And on one level, it should, because you want to have more representation of that. But also the empire is in a very bipartisan sense, still down with the genocide, and it's tied to like everything in like the imperial
that's
everything
that's
in the
point.
empire.
That's
you
the
know?
key point, because like people, the kind of diagnosis, and really it is like a Zionist framework where like you kind of see like the eye roll he takes from like Zionists, where they say like the whole Gaza theory of everything, where everything is just like comes down to Gaza. I genuinely think that like for some people they're like, aha, we've got him. Like we can actually like get all these people, right, who were like kind of like sort of withholding their vote in 2024, or like kind of skeptical of Kamala. We just need to triangulate a bit more. We just need to like strategize a bit more, and we just like realize, what words to say.
Yeah.
And then like, because it's actually easy, because like they only care about Gaza, so we can, just say that Gaza's a genocide, and then they'll vote for us.
Right.
But
After
it's, like,
denying the
actually,
people that in like 2024 and starving them of any politician that would say that, finally when they get like one sus like guy walking out and saying it, everyone's like, oh my God, thank God, and they start worshiping him.
That has to not be true, right? We had to, like, that has to be like until it will be proven wrong,
right?
That like essentially will be true, because really like it's not just about words. It's not just about like what you say or like how you signal. It's about like it is like a representative thing. It is like not just like about like whether you oppose this like in theory. It is about like your whole attitude to like the American empire, and to the act of genocide, and to like the lives of Palestinians, and to the the victims of the last 25 years and beyond of but particularly the global war on terror, right?
Millions of people dead in the Middle East, in that part of the world,
which really like Graham Platner doesn't represent the repudiation of, he represents it. He represents that,
like the whitewashing of it, as like it honestly, it has extreme. I think other people have said this, like labor Zionism vibes of like, oh, we're actually like a cool heckin' socialist, but like you're still down with the project.
Like those old like propaganda pictures of.
It's
like,
kind of a redemption for the Imperial stormtrooper, blue blood that wanted to take part in the war on terror to like give him for glory and thrills and like to define him. It's very like toxic New England boarding school type shit. I surely must go to war. In order to be a man, I need a manly scar. So when I go to the Knickerbocker Club, like it's that kind of fucking energy. And I'm sick of these wasps. I'm sick of these wasps. Trying to pretend they're fucking wearing LL Bean,
Grant
like Tucker.
Platner does kind of sound like a Puritan name.
Yeah, no, he's a Puritan.
Like, like it sounds like someone who would like be called like at the Salem witch trials, who would be like, I saw like it was a little imp, and it had like it's like Graham Platner swore that when he was hired to farm oysters for Goody Bishop, that
I didn't look up his wiki tree, but I'm sure I could find his ancestors going back to like 1630s or something like that. I would not be shocked at all. But well, speaking of ancestry, I think I do want to get to this thing by Morris Katz. However, well, the other thing I do want to flag in terms of like insincere anti-Israel might be aligned with J Street is there also people are still like even people kind of like the like streamers or whatever that are like critical of Platner and not buying it, not having no Platner, like I feel like this should have been this is a really big red flag. His ex stepbrother Seth Frantzman, who he seems to be like best friends with, like actually like still, though they are no longer stepbrothers. I believe Platner's parents got divorced when he was a kid. His mom remarried so-and-so Frantzman. And so then, like, I don't know, around like, 10 or middle school or whatever, Seth Frantzman and Graham Platner became stepbrothers during their kind of, I guess, formative youth years. And then at some point the parents divorced, so they technically weren't stepbrothers anymore, but then like at some point they stayed in touch, or like they reconnected after Graham went off to war, and like there's pics all over their Instagram of them like in the early 2020s like hanging out together. I think I've seen like reports that Seth Frantzman eventually relocated to Jerusalem and started working for I think maybe the Jerusalem Post and different like newspapers, but also eventually the Foundation for Defense of Democracies, one of the biggest like Zionist pro-war neocon think tanks in America. But I think he built like a little like cottage or a summer home like on either on the property of Graham Platner's house or like right next to it, so like they can like hang out together all summer and like, you know, visit with each other and shit like that. And I just noticed that, you know, he was getting defended, Platner, you know, so hard for standing up to AIPAC, standing up to Israel. Then like if you look up Seth Frantzman's like life, his CV and like his articles and shit, you're like, whoa, like it's not it's obvious, like, this guy is a psychotic, hardcore Zionist, like, and is professionally, like, employed. His career is being, like, a journalistic Hasbara operative.
Is, like, a very, very, like, you know, by Israeli standards, right wing, which really says a lot. You know,
right.
Know what the Israeli left is
and
like.
The FDD is, like, notorious, like, during, you know, the Iraq War era and everything, like, they are, like, really always beating the fucking drum. And, I mean, there's pictures of...
this is funny. His oh wow, unexpected error occurred when I click on this, but here it comes. One of his headlines just today is Israel doesn't need unconditional U.S. support to be confident in its own strength.
Oh,
analysis.
Interesting. That's so convenient that now there's a few politicians making kind of like vague talk about like we're gonna cut military support. Netanyahu's running around being like, I want to give up your military support. We don't need it, you know. And Seth Frantzman right there on the party line. You know, I think he wrote a book about October 7th. That's I forget what it's called, but like there's a picture of him presenting it to Isaac Herzog, like the president of Israel, you know, after it came out, I think in 2024. This is all happening like at the same time Platner is getting courted by these awokened like, you know, ex-liberal Zionists, Morris Katz, I assume Daniel Maraf, you know, to be the hero, blah, 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 to stand up against AIPAC. But as you just noted, like, they're already almost making preparations to, like, shift the strategy of, like, their influence networks more towards, like, a J Street, at least with the Democrats. Like, AIPAC, like, I'm sure the Republican Christian Zionists will lap up that AIPAC slop all day long, but they might have to actually adopt, like, we need to really have, like, two different robust lobbying organizations for both parties. And, like, AIPAC cannot operate in democratic spaces anymore. Like, it's too politically difficult. In fact, like, and maybe it impedes other, you know, people like Morris Katz that have big designs to like put the next president in office, and these people that want to like fulfill the Bernie revolution, but maybe are still a little, you know, they're a little okay with Zionism overall. They just like don't want Netanyahu's like fucking up everything. They're making Bernie look bad. Like they're making all of us take a stand on a very complex issue that actually we don't want to confront. And it's like making us look bad. Like we can't go to like parties anymore in New York because people think we support genocide. It's so hard for them, you know? So maybe they're like, we want a nice, comfy J Street. Like we're critical of Netanyahu. We'll even support people that want to make, like we'll allow what AIPAC had not allowed, which is like every now and then you can do a symbolic like vote against Israel, like as a treat to like maintain your credibility with your base. And we won't like primary you and destroy you because we understand you're like on our side at the end of the day. That's the vibe I get from J Street and like the, you know, people orbiting. But then it's like, yeah, so how do you square? It just pisses me off that nobody ever asked Platner in like an interview because everyone was fawning over him so hard. Like, what about your hardcore professionally Zionist ex-stepbrother who you seem to love as a brother and is like one of your best friends? Like, do you guys ever talk about what's going on in Gaza?
Well, they actually, he wrote an article interviewing Graham Platner.
I remember,
you know, where
you're
he
right.
called him, like,
but like years ago, right?
Yeah, in 2021. About Afghanistan.
Interesting.
You know, from August 19th, 2021. Yeah, and he actually posted it on Twitter saying like, I grew up with this guy in Maine. You know, he's a great guy. This is how it starts. They believed it because they had to. They couldn't bring themselves to admit that this might not be real. It was just a sham, said Graham Platner, who served in Iraq and then Afghanistan as a U.S. soldier and later as a security contractor. Military officers are not trained to admit that maybe we can't do this.
In an interview with the Jerusalem Post, Platner reveals the deeply troubling levels of corruption, waste, and myths that underpin the U.S. role in Afghanistan, and explains why the country fell to the Taliban in just a few days. The Taliban captured their first provincial capital of Zaranj on August 7th, and by August 15th, they were in Kabul after President Ashraf Ghani had fled the country. U.S. forces had left Bagram Air Base in early July, roughly a month before the Taliban offensive gained momentum and swept over the country. Platner came to Afghanistan with high hopes in 2010. He'd been in Iraq and would ultimately serve for 8 years with the U.S. infantry. He came to Afghanistan with the surge of U.S. troops that was supposed to turn around a war that had already dragged on for a decade. My unit was deployed in November 2010 as part of the Obama surge to move troops into the country to conduct counterinsurgency the right way, he said. I believed before I left. Platner had seen mistakes in Iraq and believed that General David Petraeus, commander of the International Security Assistance Forces, and General Stanley McChrystal, his predecessor, were saying the right things about Afghanistan. McChrystal said that we would now drive on the road like we were part of the Afghans and walk more and get out of our trucks, remembers Platner. And as an infantry sergeant who believed counterinsurgency could work, I wanted to do this. And I was excited to go fight in an army that was going to take seriously the strategy that I had fully bought into. Then he saw, and there's a picture here in the article of him posing with a member of the Afghan National Police, courtesy of Graham Platner. Then he saw how things really were. While the generals said the right things and lower-level U.S. officers believed it and tried to get it done, everyone in between doesn't want to do any of this. He sketches a pattern of officers being asked to quantify their successes through the number of missions and number of engagements carried out meeting Afghans. As officers wanted promotions, they were incentivized to put in big numbers, but not necessarily accomplish anything real on the ground. How do you quantify making Afghans happy? Platner asks. It is immeasurable, and you need metrics like killing this many enemy, and spending this much money, and this many combat patrols. It doesn't matter what you did. Well, all right. Killing this many enemy. While the U.S. Army sought to get good, quote-unquote, stats on what was happening to pass up the chain of command, the Afghan Army and police were largely an army only on paper. In northeast Afghanistan, where Platner was a rifle squad leader, he spent most of his time living with Afghan National Police, who were supposed to be performing paramilitary operations as well. The Afghan Army in his area was being advised by the French Foreign Legion. He says this was in the Gorban district, not far from Kabul. While the U.S. brigade moved around a bit, his role in training Afghan police provided insight into the failures across Afghanistan at that time. We were pretending that we were preparing them to do this on their own, recalls Platner. But since they were utterly incapable of doing it on their own, we were going on combat patrols and dragging along some Afghan cops to pretend that we were on a mission. So we operated basically as a U.S. rifle company. This meant that the advise and assist nature of what the U.S. thought it was doing, or the by, with, and through approach the U.S. would later take in Iraq after 2014, was largely a myth because the local units wouldn't lead the way. It was a delusion, Platner says. We had 2 platoon interpreters. Most of the Afghan security forces came from minority communities such as Uzbeks, Tajiks, Hazara Shiites, and they owed their place in the units to the old Northern Alliance that had resisted the Taliban and which had swept to power with U.S. support in late 2001 and early 2002. I mean, it is true that they kind of like set those people up, like, you know. While the reports say the Afghan army was supposed to be 45% Pashtun, the majority group in Afghanistan that has also made up the backbone of Taliban fighters, the reality was that he thinks it never exceeded a few percent Pashtun. Platner says that his district, the U.S. company squad and brigade commanders had their own notions of what a successful deployment meant in terms of their resume. So they could say they oversaw a battalion that did this many patrols and spent this much on reconstruction and did this to the enemy. So what we were doing was taking orders from the military structure that was to operate as a counterinsurgency structure and engage the enemy and shoehorn the Afghan component into it. The result was that the local Afghans who were supposed to be leading operations had no appetite for any combat missions. They didn't want to do anything except steal from people, he says. In the summer of 2011, at the height of the fighting season, the Afghan police I was advising had 2 magazines per man, and the entire district had 1 RPG round, 1 round for one RPG tube, and they had no gas for their Ford Rangers we had bought them. This dismal state of affairs was exacerbated by their paychecks and cash for basic things being stolen by higher-level Afghan commanders. He says the police would put people in jail to get ransom from local families to raise money. They did that because they weren't getting paid. Platner describes the process at the time as Afghanistization, a term borrowed and adapted from the U.S. experience in Vietnam, when the U.S. tried to turn over sectors to the local Vietnamese ARVN forces in preparation for leaving. This concept was to put Afghans in the lead and weaning them from the American logistic teat. This meant that the U.S. infantry couldn't give their partner forces ammunition or gas. Everyone knew the reason they didn't have gas or ammo or money is because their leadership was stealing it. All the money came from the Department of Defense coffers. There was no tax structure or civil authority outside of Kabul, so all the money was dumped in at the top and siphoned from the highest levels of kleptocracy, and there was nothing left. He says that there was an incentive to inflate costs because everyone was making money. Development projects would choose the most expensive bids that those in charge could make it seem like they were spending more money. It didn't matter if anything got built, from wells to roads to schools. What mattered was that officers or heads of areas, like what was called the RC East, Regional Command East, could say they had a successful combatant command experience. How do you show that you were better than everyone else and make colonel or general or move up the chain of command? Platner asked rhetorically. You spend more money than your peers. The military wasn't capable of change, he says. Amusingly, we were doing the same thing but calling it something else, like VSO, Village Stability Operations. The military had become entangled in a culture of corporate middle management, but with no incentives to actually get things right. Unlike in a business, the money is not going to shut off. The U.S. military isn't going to go into business if they get it wrong. If anyone had asked the soldiers on the ground, they would have predicted a collapse like this collapse more than a decade ago. Meanwhile, higher-up officers were tabulating the number of, quote, key leader engagements and other rubrics of success. If you sit down with dudes in a village and they say they want a road built and they say they will tell you when the Taliban come and they say they love America, but you know it's a sham and no one wants to say they failed and suck at their job, so instead of lying, you choose a metric that is kind of vague that you can reach conclusions from. The problem was the government never existed, he says. While Afghanistan had buildings labeled, quote, defense or taxation departments, in reality it was an empty shell. U.S. Inspector General reports reveal this, Platner says. No one wanted to say anything. Everyone was a coward, from executive leadership down to the company level where the cowardice stopped. Everyone above that was a coward. Okay, they believed it because they had to. They couldn't bring themselves to admit this might not be real. In the end, his diagnosis is that the Afghan government the U.S. supported can't be said to have, quote, collapsed because it never existed. The Afghan army wasn't real. The Afghan civil authority was never real. They never collected taxes. There were no courts instead of police robbing people. None of it ever existed. It was just a big jobs program funded by American money. And the moment it was like the money would go away, everyone went home. With the exception of Kabul, Sharakar, and a few other places, he paints a picture of an Afghan state that never controlled much beyond a few highways and cities. That's why it fell apart so quickly once the U.S. pulled funding. He's probably right, like in, to some extent, but you can kind of like see like
but the attitude
what he really cares about in his worldview.
Yeah, like does this sound like somebody who's developed a sense of anti-imperialism?
Were wronged by the middle managers who were in charge. You give them bad.
It reminds me of Rambo. It totally reminds me. We wanted to win, but somebody wouldn't let us win.
Exactly. Yeah, that's exactly.
Yeah, just like grievance, like a sergeant with grievances about how it was mismanaged and it sucked, but not even like a Smedley Butler level. Like he doesn't even rise to the war as a racket level. Like maybe dabbled a little bit in that during like the campaign, but like here when he's kind of speaking to his like BFF Seth Frantzman, he's mostly like pissed that they like mismanaged and like didn't run the war well. It kind of sounds like a grumbling like Vietnam veteran about how, it was just all about metrics and it became this bureaucratic thing, but like they didn't like unchain us to like achieve total victory or, like they should have gone harder. Like he leaves it. You could almost hear like Pete Hegseth saying most of that shit.
Totally.
Maybe instead saying like,
100%.
Woke policies, like maybe adding that, but
like these soft generals getting fat behind their desks, weren't letting our war fighters do what they needed to do. We're done with woke wars where we try to help Afghans build a society. That's not going to happen. This is exactly the same thing. It's okay, like, again, it's like one of those things. It's like, okay, yes, it was bullshit. Yes, it was like a bloody imperial. Like, that's the thing. Like, that's the context you need. It's like, okay, yeah, this is a bloody imperial war designed to like kill people and extract resources and like, to project American power into South Asia. Like for and also to like various. There are various reasons for it. Like, but those don't even come into the the picture. Like, if you actually like believe, like, he says, I bought into it. Like, okay, well then, what did you learn with your disillusionment? You just thought learn that like the generals were corrupt and like these Afghans love to steal. Like,
And once again, like it might be a little more sympathetic from like a truly like working class person who didn't receive a good education. This motherfucker went to Hotchkiss and a bunch of prep schools and then went to like George Washington University by this point and grew up in like a family that was like involved in politics and like kind of high society, and is talking to like his BFF who like does like geopolitical like pro-Zionist politics for a living, and like he doesn't bring up kind of the bigger picture at all. He's so solipsistic about like this situation, they fucking sucked, these fucking generals sucked, Afghans just stole things from us. Like he almost he's like stuck in like a PTK kind of grunt kind of mentality. It does not seem to have like reflected at this point. What year was this from? Like 2021. 2021.
Yeah. It was right after the collapse of the government.
Right. So at this point, it doesn't even sound like he has like a kind of even like a DSA Jacobin level of like a bigger indictment of like the imperial project of like the wars, the war on terror in Iraq or Afghanistan. And like I don't know, it's weird. It's like he doesn't like compare it to his experiences in Iraq, where a lot of the same shit happened. Like, it didn't seem to, like, give him pause that he had seen how badly the Iraq War was kind of, like, managed and all the corruption of it, and then went back for more. Like, I think as he said in a Reddit comment, when he listed every U.S., like, imperialist war, like, that he would have wanted to take part in, including Vietnam, that he's like, this is like 2010, he's like, I really hope to get to go to the GAN soon, like, I think Afghanistan, and it was like, he's like, yeah, I would invade Nicaragua in the 1920s and like again in the 1980s. Right. I would invade Haiti. I would Indian Wars would be awesome. Like, I'm sorry, but that's like, even by the standards of the U.S. military, that's like a bloodthirsty imperialist freak. That's not somebody who's like questioning the morality of U.S. military interventions in the world, or even he's like a nerd about like little history stats, but he doesn't have, there's no wisdom there, it seems, about like, oh, these were like given my new politics. I thought it was actually like, telling that in his like angry, dropout video that he said that like, when I sat down with my wife and, we were confronted with like the possibility of running, and I thought, if we really have the politics that we think we have, we got to do it. And I'm like,
yeah,
the politics like, that you both think you have.
Yeah, I thought that was all. I also got to be as weird phrasing. It's like we need to figure out what our politics are. Like, we need to confirm like whether we have the politics we think we have or not by running. Yeah, it's like a weird again, it could just be like weird phrasing, but I mean that was all so like carefully put together. That you would think like it's kind of a weird way to put it. Like, if we actually have, the politics of Mainers.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if he consulted his bestie, Seth Frantzman, about whether or not he should run as a nominally anti-Israel candidate. That probably would have been an interesting conversation, but Seth Frantzman certainly didn't come out of the woodwork and, say anything negative about Graham Platner, his bro, right? Even though, like, since October 7th, like, not only did he write a book about it, but there's pictures of him posing on bulldozer tanks in Gaza. Like, he was embedded as, like, a reporter and was, like, championing the fucking genocide and the destruction of, like, I'm sorry, like, I don't want to be, like, too hard, but it's like, if you're, like, anybody in your relatives voted for Trump, they're peak. Like, you fucking never talk to them again. Fuck that. Like, it's like, I get it. People have, like, family and stuff, but, like, this guy also, he's, like, a step family, and, like, I don't know, if you're gonna, like, put your whole life on the line, to, like, run this campaign, like, against, like, the genocide, you're calling it a genocide, and then, like, your stepbrother is devoted his entire life to, like, supporting Israel and loves the genocide and everything, and there's no friction? Like, that's just, I don't know exactly why there's no friction, but that's odd, right? Like, that it's strange that they would both not, and also not really bring up each other. Like, I also wonder, remember when he was stomping around in that wedding video and he, like, ripped off, like, he references having, like, his brother's, like, family is Jewish. I don't know if he has, like, a brother, like, a biological brother who married a Jewish woman, or if he's, like, referring to, like, Seth Frantzman getting married.
I think he is referring to, because his stepfather is Jewish too, right?
Well, yeah. Like, his stepfather was Jewish, so Seth Frantzman is his biological son.
Exactly, yeah. Right.
So it's funny that he was like, oh, my brother. It actually makes it weird. Like Seth Frantzman didn't have a problem with the Totenkopf. Like surely he's like a journalist. Like he's an insane Zionist. Like of course he's got to know what that is. But I guess he's like, well, yeah, I was in front of my brothers, like my brother and like his wife's like entire Jewish family, and I sang Wrecking Ball, like repping this like. Maybe it was too dark for them to see exactly. It is a dark version of a Totenkopf, but like it's odd that these like turbo Zionist people are kind of like, oh yeah, that's cool. Like it's a little creepy.
Well, in fact, like I think that that picture was taken at Seth Frantzman's wedding, the famous picture of the Totenkopf.
Of like him like in his underwear. Yeah, like, it's from the video.
Yeah.
It's from the video.
Right,
Yeah. I think that was Seth Frantzman's wedding, which it's like a lot. But one more thing about Seth Frantzman, then I want to move on to our final thing, Harry J. Katz. But I just thought this is kind of like too funny of an op-ed not to share. Let me bring it up, Khalid. If you see the YouTube stream, you'll be able to see it here. This is an article from May 15th, 2017 by Seth Frantzman. And it's titled, Op-Ed Attacks Westerners Fighting ISIS as No Heroes, but They Are Heroes.
Okay.
Who, by the way, Seth Frantzman like embedded and traveled to Kurdistan, the Kurdistan kind of regions of Iraq and Syria multiple times. And I forget if he was ever like with the SDF YPG explicitly. I'm pretty sure he was with like the Peshmerga for a while and was like always going to Erbil and things like that. Let's just say this turbo Zionist loved the hecking YPG. So here's what he says in 2017, right? When some of our leading leftists were over there. Seth Frantzman said, since 2014, dozens of volunteers have joined the Kurdish YPG in the war against ISIS. By the way, let's also remember how hegemonic the support for like the YPG was in like the DSA kind of like dirtbag left, like in like 2017, right? It still is. Like you can't talk shit about it. Like people get so defensive. But just consider like this guy is like a full chest fucking supporter of like the YPG. Like maybe he's a socialist. I don't know. But anyways, they came from all walks of life and from all over the world, but most of them came from the West. They included Americans, Canadians, British, German, etc. Some of their names will never be known. They volunteered, and after a short period of training and learning about the YPG's ideology, they went to combat. Some of them served for 2 years or more. Most came and went after a shorter period of service. More than 24 were killed. In July 2015, I called them the, quote, heroes of our generation. And then he's mad about this article. Malak Chabkun at Al Jazeera doesn't agree. She wrote a piece on May 14th titled, Westerners Joining the Fight Against ISIL Are No Heroes, and subheaded it, Western anti-ISIL fighters volunteering in Syria and Iraq are doing more harm than good. They should go home. She claims that they are not performing an act of charity. Aside from putting themselves and others in danger, they're only complicating affairs for Syrians and Iraqis who are already at the mercy of countless international powers and non-state actors. The author argues that if the situation were at war, and the U.S., Canada, or a European country, it's a typo, were at war, quote, Africans, Arabs, or Kurds who joined any side of the fight wouldn't be treated as kindly by the very same media organizations. The article purposely latches on to some of the more fringe groups, such as Sons of Liberty International or the, quote, Socialist Bob Crow Brigade. She claims that, quote, the U.S. and other Western countries have made it relatively worry-free for their citizens to join these fights. Her main complaint is that media unfairly glamorizes the Westerners while not caring about the local Arabs who fight against Assad. Remember, like Qatar supported like the Free Syrian Army, whatever, quote, Syrians themselves fighting the Assad regime as well as ISIL are painted as Al-Qaeda. Like some truth to that, but actually, Seth Frantzman is anti-Assad too. He says there's a deeper agenda behind this op-ed, namely that the sympathies clearly lie with the Syrian rebels. Though, well, actually, he's going to have a particular stance. Those who support the rebels and the rebels themselves have tended to be hostile to the YPG and Kurds in general. That is because there is still an Arab nationalist and sometimes more overtly Islamist streak that is anti-Kurdish and which, because of its alliances with Turkey, is very anti-PKK. Since the YPG is accused of being part of the PKK, therefore it's seen as bad. Things didn't start out that way, of course. The Syrian regime of Bashar al-Assad treated Kurds brutally, denying them basic rights and persecuting their language. I've spoken to Kurds raised under the regime, and they recounted stories of oppression, not being able to speak Kurdish in school, and not being able to study Kurdish history. The YPG emerged out of that, but it was forged in the war ISIS launched against it in 2014. He wrote a book about ISIS, too. Why is the question of who are heroes, Syrian rebels, or Western volunteers in the YPG mutually exclusive? For the author of this article and many others, it is. It doesn't have to be that way. One can oppose Assad and support Syrian rebels and support Western volunteers and the YPG and SDF's war on ISIS. So kind of like the exact like Western position of like oppose Assad, support like all Syrian rebels, also support YPG and support them fighting ISIS. Let's be honest about the hypocrisy of attacking Western volunteers fighting ISIS while remaining silent about the real elephant in the room, 5,000 ISIS volunteers who came from Europe. There are numerous lists that show the thousands who came from Europe to join ISIS. For every one person who joined the YPG and Kurds to fight ISIS from the West, there were 50 who joined ISIS. Let that sink in. Westerners had a choice of whether to defend Kurdish rights and women rights in Rojava or join ISIS, which promised they could rape and murder women and commit genocide. And for each 50 who said, genocide and rape, great, there was one who said, genocide and rape, bad, actually. Then he posts a tweet from some Western volunteers. They were from Spain, which is so cool. Those who hate the YPG and the Western volunteers never seem to talk about ISIS crimes. But remember ISIS crimes. Look into the faces of the women ISIS sold into slavery. Want to talk about the West and foreign volunteers? They went to rape and murder. I guess he means the ISIS people. Only a handful, only a few good people went to volunteer to stop rape and genocide. I've followed and spoken with and met the foreign fighters over the years. Even though I've not been to Syria, I covered a few who went to volunteer with the Peshmerga in Iraq. I've written about them. They aren't all heroes, of course. Some of them went for different motives. Some were looking to find themselves. Some thought there was fame. Oh, interesting. But most of those who stayed and fought are the salt of the earth kinds of heroes the world needs. If we had more of them, rather than all the people running to join ISIS, the world would be better. Ask yourself why the world created 50,000 ISIS volunteers who want to commit genocide. Interesting. And only dozens who don't. Yeah, interesting. Given now, ISIS broadcasts rape and genocide.
Even recently, he describes like Hamas as genocidal. You know.
Oh
Not to say that ISIS wasn't like genocidal in theory.
You know. He goes on. Yeah, he goes on to defend foreign fighters, Americans. They're so great. They're carrying on the tradition of fighting fascism and Nazism. They don't all have the same ideology. Some of them stand more to the right, some to the left, the radical left, the anarchist left. But what unites them often is a feeling that something had to be done when they saw images of ISIS murdering people and heard about women being sold into slavery. I saw it on the TV.
When they saw it on CNN, when they had to go and fight. Yeah, I mean.
Yeah. So
like, again, like ISIS is a bad group.
Of course.
Right? And they did, part of the reason why, as we were just kind of talking about, like part of the reason why, U.S. airstrikes on ISIS-controlled villages killed civilians.
Thousands
because,
of them.
ISIS didn't protect them, right? But still, like they're not teachers, right? It's not the way to do it. And I think that I think that Malak Shavkun was basically right. Like she basically did identify. Again, obviously. It is like kind of that Al Jazeera thing of, the point of view. I think actually Seth Frantzman is kind of right in understanding the point of view, but even still, she's more in the right. That it is true that the U.S. came in to invented this whole idea of the SDF, gave them sophisticated weaponry.
Told them to change their name to the SDF, gave them iPads to call in drone strikes and airstrikes, embedded Green Berets and other special forces operators, CIA officers, according to people who were there. The whole had a whole pipeline of intaking people into Erbil and then sneaking them across the border, and probably in a way kind of doing the same kind of viral propaganda that Jihadi John was doing for ISIS, but for Westerners to show off, mostly that's what they were used for, is to curry support, particularly among leftist young people for like the overall U.S. military adventure.
And like the point about hypocrisy. I mean, we should get to the other thing, but the point about hypocrisy is true because like if you were like not all of those groups, well, you know, there were like quote unquote more moderate Islamist groups. I know that is like, you know, like this is kind of where Seth Graham has a bone to pick because like again, this is like a thorny issue that people don't want to go near, but like there are groups that like you could consider to be like Islamist, but like moderate, you know, not like genocidal you know, like not like ISIS, right? Like possibly still Islamist, but also like not, you know,
totally.
And if a Syrian, like even if someone who's a Syrian or, you know, an Iraqi goes to that country to fight, like, you know, even to like give aid to like one of those groups, like they're going to be thrown in Guantanamo Bay or Camp Bucca or something, right? Whereas like if you are, you know, going to go heroically fight through your anarchist sympathies, you know, for the beautiful anarchist cause of just like murdering Arabs who the U.S. government points you at, you know, because you're told that they're ISIS.
To squat on all of like Syria's like oil fields for ConocoPhillips to exploit, and then deny them like you know money to like stay stable.
Then you're
like,
you know just you can always go home, you know, to the U.S. or the U.K. right? But yeah, so I think that her point is, you know, it is hypocritical and it is true. And yeah, like it's, you know, there's this kind of thing of like, well, you know, the CIA created ISIS. That's true, like in a roundabout way, yes. Like obviously, you know, they're like that certainly is true. Or you know, the U.S. government did, and like there would be no ISIS without the invasion of Iraq, and you know, but like the YPG, the SDF was literally a U.S. proxy militia. Like there's a you know an order of removal, you know, that is present there. Not to say that like you
it's
know,
like not denied
implicate the U.S. government.
It's like
but
completely
like,
public information and like not even denied. And if you read anything about it, it's like
Yeah.
It's just a matter of kind of like, oh, the interpretation of like, well, yeah, but they were like still basically like organic and independent. The U.S. just gave them a little their interests happened to coincide, and the U.S. gave them a little bit of help and stuff like that. And it's like they like sustained like an entire army to like, you know, occupy part of Syria, and like they needed
I don't even blame
a big baddie
like,
to fight against.
I don't blame the Kurds themselves, or even
right.
You know, foreign like people of Kurdish backgrounds, who, like you know, have ties to Syria, you know, to Kurdish areas in Syria, and they like went back, you know, if they you know wanted to fight for the PKK or you know the YPG or you know like that, like especially people who are like living in Syria and like were embattled and they felt they had like no choice, but it's a totally different situation what he's talking about, you know.
Just
really
as like some Arabs
people,
that
like wanted
like,
adventure and like you know
it's so like Graham Platner, you know,
the
like
Platner idea.
And I think there was a left washing of that where like under certain circumstances like you can be an epic socialist.
It is interesting how that
but it's functionally was doing the same thing Graham Platner did and like achieved similar results. In fact, you could argue it was more successful because Syria was like eventually overthrown, and you know al-Jilani was put in power, and like sure the Kurds were kind of like shucked aside after that, but like they were a pawn in a game, you know, to like. Anyway,
I mean, it has like a direct like the fact that Seth Frantzman feels so strongly about this issue is not like a coincidence. Like it's because like, and this is something that the leftists want to deal with, but you know, it does kind of like again, it kind of relates to our episode recently. Like, you know, there isn't as much daylight between Hamas and you know Hayat Tahrir Hashem as people would like to think. Maybe there's some perhaps. But like politically speaking, like in terms of their like foundational,
like their foundational like platform, you know, or whatever. No, for like, sure. I mean, I think I think the doing deals with like Macron and you know Tom Barrack and stuff is a little different. I think there is some daylight between them and Hamas.
Well, you know, you like again. There's obviously been like a transformation, like post, you know, the like revolution, right, or the overthrow of Assad. But like, you know, and that definitely like changes the character. Like you know, there's definitely different things that could happen. But I feel like there is this sort of there's this idea. It's like you know, these like scum, you know, like I'm just saying that is the reason why Seth Frantzman was afraid of those people and why he preferred the U.S. backed SDF.
Oh yeah,
right?
yeah.
Because,
No, I mean, obviously, like
and
that's
here,
why he.
Again, we had to remember,
yeah.
and like it's been coming up recently. I know people, again, the geopolitics of their standards, when there's a Sunni and a Shia, and they decide the Sunnis are the bad ones, coincidentally, 90% of Muslims, but, as we were talking about, it's more complicated than that, and, I think the, there's this kind of idea that, this is, it's gonna be another thing where people fall into this trap of basically being Zionists and supporting Israel's line on Syria or Turkey because they're heckin' bad or something, and it's let's be realistic, guys. Let's be realistic. Let's talk about who's actually in a position to do something. But anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not very optimistic about the Al-Jilani government, but I also don't think it's it should be a focal point of obsession at this point, as when all the Zionist intrigues are going on, and they do ultimately want to subdue and dominate Syria, obviously, and they want that David corridor, but even this year, we're seeing that the sort of Zionist military intelligence relationship with the Iranian branch of the PKK, who is related to the YPG, helping them in northern Iraq get ready maybe to go into Iran, and if you look at the political statements of the Iranian version of the YPG, they sound almost pretty close to monarchists. They sound they want to overthrow the Islamic Republic, and they're not opposed to Israel and not opposed to the United States necessarily. You know what I mean? It's clear where they've ended up on the chessboard once again, and even though they might be a little more cautious, whatever. But anyways, I do want to close out here with a little discussion, a little more background on Morris Katz. And like I said, I posted this thread. I think it is interesting to look into his family history because it's a heavy history. He's not just a guy, for it to be this 27-year-old. And his grandfather, Harry J. Katz, very weird big figure in Philadelphia. And there was this like I said, this devastating 1997 Philly Mag profile of him that took kind of hung out with him a lot, but took this critical stance that lays out you can really see the big personality, whatever, and the chutzpah, for lack of a better word, that seems to run in this family, and and also given that we're talking about sexual assault, trivializing sexual assault. Involving powerful men this week, there's a lot of parallels. So, all right, let me just go down. This is the quickest way. It's a very in-depth article, but I picked out kind of the most sus hits. So, who was Harry J. Katz, Morris Katz's grandfather? Here's a 1997 Philly Mag profile that gives us a harrowing portrait of the aging libertine granddad and his many sus exploits. Let's go down here. So, a fixture of the Philadelphia over- and underworlds, Harry J. Katz kibitzed with Arnold Schwarzenegger, Sylvester Stallone, and various connected mob guys. Also, a woman on cocaine and barbiturates died in his hot tub, I think in the 90s, but we'll get to that in a second. He's been called a gadfly with a multi-million-dollar trust fund, Zelig before Zelig, the ultimate dilettante. An incorrigible womanizer, blah, blah, blah. He's often referencing his best friend, Stu Bukowski, a Philadelphia columnist, who he's just best time, loves, whatever. Katz remains an undeniable and unpredictable presence in Philadelphia. Foes grumble he never held a real job. They're wrong. Being Harry J. Katz is a full-time job, right? So he's always bouncing around. He's got this kind of Trumpian energy, sort of. Apparently, it says here, the fruit of Katz's labor can be found by his toilet. Katz's celeb ties are on display in the tiny downstairs bathroom of his East Falls home. Above the throne is Maria and Arnold's, Schwarzenegger's framed wedding invitation. On the right wall is a large photo of Katz and his second wife, Andrea Deal. at the wedding of Sylvester Stallone and Bridget Nielsen. To the left, there's a Polaroid of Sly with Girl Scout cookies bought from Katz's daughter, Jessica. There are letters from George H.W. Bush, Bill Clinton, Gerald Ford, and Lyndon Johnson. He's dined at the White House under 3 presidents. Down to the right is an invitation to a fundraiser the Katz family held for District Attorney Lynn Abraham. That's the image Katz has painstakingly created, the bon vivant, the last boulevardier, the man about town, Philly's connection to the stars. But there's another image of Harry J. Katz that no amount of self-promotion can burnish. It's an ominous picture of a playboy prince of darkness. Part of Katz's less charming underbelly was exposed with the 1995 drowning of Valerie Sheridan in his hot tub and the attempted suicide of Susan Del Plank the next day, another girlfriend. More is revealed in court documents. In 1994, Katz was found liable of sexual harassment. In a separate 1996 case, he was accused by another woman of physical abuse and intimidation. 3 women who know him say part of his problem is cocaine. In April, a Philadelphia family court judge ordered him to pay child support for a son he fathered out of wedlock. In an effort to evade paying for his sins, Katz, a man who continues to live in a mansion and dine at Philadelphia's most expensive bistros, declared bankruptcy in 1995. He claimed to be worth only $150. He's failed at everything he ever tried, says one former friend. He even failed at suicide. So he says, like, going into Katz's house, that he had an Old South statuette of a grotesquely featured black man eating a watermelon, and which is, okay, that's funny, LOL, I guess. Soon we're lounging outside in the relentless sun. A cabana stocked with beer and coke is nearby. Katz applies some lotion and begins speaking a bizarre hybrid of street lingo. He refers to black people as N-word shortened, and baby talk. Hey, sweetie, he says into the phone, your baby's making wee-wee. Call back in 10. He's like, he's a dirty little freak, and it's so funny. Let's see, going on here. This is really sus, actually. This is like a big part of his lore that is like very, anointed ones will gasp a little bit. He was really good friends and worked with Ira Einhorn, right? Like the unicorn killer, alleged, right? I think we talked about him in our like Jack Sarfati episodes last year a bit, and I forget if Jimmy Fallon Gong did some, I think, episodes about Ira Einhorn. And
he did, I think.
What was it called? Like the electricity kind of newsletter that he would like send around to
I don't remember the name of it.
I think it was like he had like this like a newsletter, almost like a Whole Earth catalog vibe that he would like people would subscribe to, and he would like copy and mail this around to like different people around the country. And he was like this unkempt like kind of 60s guru kind of guy in Philadelphia, and eventually he was like accused of like brutally murdering, I think, Holly Maddox, his girlfriend. And let's see right here what Katz's connection was. It's just a few days after Ira Einhorn was finally captured, and Katz has a lot to say on the subject. He thinks the CIA might have framed Einhorn and implies that he helped the hippie guru procure a passport to get out of the country. Quote, Ira came over to see me the night before he allegedly left. He said, I have confidence being in front of a jury of my peers. I said to him, Ira, you're a smelly, long-haired Jew wearing a dashiki with body odor, with sandaled feet that make you look like a member of Move, and you allegedly killed a blonde Christian cheerleader? My sagacious counsel to you is, when you're in the can making license plates, make me HJK1. With that, I never saw him again. All right. He actually, I think, Harry J. Katz started this like particular newsletter and then like hired Ira Einhorn after the murder had happened. I guess because he believed he didn't do it. And so like he continued to associate with this guy after he was accused of murdering his girlfriend, and thought the CIA might have framed him for some mysterious reason, right? And might have helped him flee the country. Then let's see. So there's that. Then here, how about this? Katz brags about like having slept with more than 4,000 women. In particular, he remembers 24 hours in Russia, 3-on-1, 4-on-1. I love bisexual women, he says. It gives me a wonderful intermezzo, so the pressure's off for a little while. The most ever was in St. Petersburg 2 years ago. Over the course of 24 hours, I had 15 women in my suite. Not bad for an old guy, right? again, like talk about Krasnerism, right? Like, and this sounds like, what do we think the odds are that these like young women, 15 of them, were there of their own will to have sex with this like old bald guy from America that weren't like, you know, prostitutes or sex workers or, you know, or worse, right? Like, this sounds very Epstein-like, right? But, like, it's Russia, so who cares, right? I wonder what he was doing. Like, was he doing business in post-Soviet Russia in the early 90s? Was he on some Bruce Rappaport shit? I wonder. I wasn't able to find any other, like, hits about what he was, like, doing all the time besides engaging in orgies in Russia, but okay. Now, here's a little bit about Harry J. Katz's background. He himself, you know, was this bon vivant guy, but he was not, like, self-made at all. He was from third generation wealth by this point, which makes Morris Katz like fifth generation kind of a bourgeois silk topper. So Harry J's paternal grandfather was the kosher chicken king of New York, who owned a bunch of like Jewish theaters that had like Al Jolson and Eddie Cantor and these like, you know, kind of vaudeville stars and comedians and stuff. But then the Great Depression hit, and the poultry business in the theaters collapsed, and he was so despondent that he committed suicide. But he left a lucrative, like death of a salesman style, he left a lucrative insurance policy that was paid to his son Lawrence, about $1 million, which if you think about like the 1930s, that's like, I don't know how much that is, but that's like a lot of that. That's a lot more than $1 million, right? Like that's a big fat stack of money to start with. So he kind of like keeps the family, like he buys it another round at the roulette table of capitalism by killing himself. So that's a little dark, right? But then Lawrence Katz, Harry J's father, reinvigorated the family fortune by purchasing Fidelity Machine Company and then finding an inventor who developed a new seamless hosiery machine for making like stockings. And it does say here that that for 5 years, Lawrence Katz sold the machinery only to Jews, because I guess like Jews had been sort of boxed out like out of the textile industry, and so like to get back at like the WASPs, he like only sold it to Jews for 5 years. All right, you know, you got to come up somehow. Later on, Lawrence Katz purchased. This is a weird hit, actually. I couldn't find any more info on this. But he purchased Forbes, not the magazine, but like a licorice maker. And much later on, that the holding company, or it would become, this licorice company would become the holding company of Epstein associate and turbo Zionist billionaire Ron Perelman, who does pop up in like Epstein social circles in the 90s, I think, and was in his black book, and you know, has denied like any, you know, bad associations with him, but is also like a huge funder of like Zionist causes and loves Israel and all that shit. Meanwhile, then, you know, Lawrence had kids, and Harry J was one of them. I think he was born in 1940. And he eventually like went to Penn State. His dad bought him a car and a house, and he threw raucous parties and was called the Great Catsby. And you know, blah blah blah. That was cool. But then there's a turning point in young Harry J's life. It doesn't say like I'd love to know more about this, but in 1967, Harry J. Katz found himself on his way to Chicago for a meeting with Hugh Hefner to discuss investment opportunities. He stayed at the Playboy Mansion. Quote, "Cleavage and spiked heels changed my life," Katz says today. Boink. Back in those days, who had sex? If you got dry humped, it was a blessing. All of a sudden, I am with all these magnificent women. That's when my marriage started to go. So he basically like goes Playboy Mansion once, gets one-shotted, becomes like Krasner-pilled, and is like, I'm just going to be obsessed with sex and like chasing women now, and I'm going to like leave my wife and all this shit, you know, at I guess 27 years old. So he starts, you know, being a playboy after that, like trying to emulate Hugh Hefner. This is kind of wild. He met Maria Shriver, like the niece of President John F. Kennedy and the future wife of Arnold Schwarzenegger, right? He met her in the 70s when she was working at some place, KYW. I mean, it's a radio station or something. They met in 1977. They dated for a while, but then like they stopped, but they remained friends. And then independently, Harry got to know Arnold Schwarzenegger. This is a funny anecdote. During the early 80s, while Arnold was making his transition from Mr. Olympia to Terminator, Schwarzenegger stopped in Philadelphia to visit Harry's ailing father. Like, it's unclear, like, why they became friends, but I guess they just did. Okay. On the drive over, a man in a Volkswagen cut Katz off. When Katz returned the favor, the man yelled, "Jew motherfucker," at Katz. At the next light, Arnold got out of the car and twisted the other guy's door off the hinges. Quote, "I cannot remember this incident," says Schwarzenegger.
Okay. All right.
Now this. At one point in this article, Harry Katz starts telling like the five most incredible Harry J. Katz anecdotes. And he insists that they are not apocryphal, that they actually happened. He swears to God he's not doing a bit. These things actually happened to him. And honestly, like I think there are 3 of these things that I was actually like quite shocked by. Like, if true, incredibly dark and fucked up and insane. If not true, he's just like a sicko who is like lying and being a little Krasner freak for no reason. But anyway, so here's the first one. In 1974, Harry J. Katz encountered porn star Linda Lovelace trying to go legit in the years after Deep Throat. Quote, Linda was in town with a show called Pajama Tops at the then Locust Street Theater. She needed 100 G's. She owned the show, and they were out of money. She came to see me at the Erlanger, a club Katz owned at the time, and I said, "I'll raise you the 100,000." And I'm not even going to read this because like the way he describes it is like so disgusting. But he basically says, "I'll get you 10 investors. They'll each give you $10,000, but you have to give fellatio to all of them, and also to me for free as a finder's fee. And I'll like fund your show for however many hundreds of thousands of dollars." And so that, according to him, happened. And she did that. And they gave her checks. And he says, "I knew Sunday they were padlocking the theater and throwing her the fuck out. And it didn't matter whether they gave $200,000. So Linda left town on Monday morning and everybody stopped payment on their checks. And that took care of Linda." Miss Lovelace could not be found for comment. Like, remember, like, the story of Linda Lovelace did come out later on. There's, like, a movie about her, and, like, it came out. She was, like, one of the first, like, porn stars in this big movie, but, like, her story is incredibly dark. And, like, you know, she was, like, coerced, basically, by, like, a toxic sort of pimp boyfriend into doing, like, Deep Throat and doing porn. I think, weren't there also, we stumbled across, like, rumors that Hugh Hefner made Linda Lovelace, like, do something with a dog at the Playboy Mansion and like filmed it. There's always been like rumors about that. Like, poor Linda Lovelace, like totally just like abused by like all these like sick fucks. But like, you know, I think there's a little more understanding of it today. But like the way he's talking about it is like, that's like a funny thing to talk about. Like, first of all, like that's like evil. Like it's just evil on so many levels. Like you're like ripping her off and like tricking her into like doing sex work again to like fund her like cabaret show because she's trying to go legit, and then you just like cancel the checks and throw her the fuck out. Ha ha ha. That got rid of Linda. Like, you're a fucking sociopath, right? Like, that's like disgusting, you know? Here's another thing. I thought this was really interesting in light of that story we read at like the last part of Year of the Phoenix about Krasner like making up that like interview with the cop that then got these other guys sued because Krasner was doing a little bit and he thought it'd be like kind of funny to like, you know, because he could get the guy to admit he said the words, but like not in an interview, you know, that kind of shit. And then like people were writing like, why the fuck are you doing this? Like, and you know how that had like real consequences, and it's not just like a harmless bit, but like that shouldn't be like the core of left praxis, is like being a lying freak who's like so irony poison that you can't tell if they're being serious or not. Anyway, so like there's something he did with the underground press because he worked for a while for like a kind of Philly version of the Berkeley Barb called The Drummer. It was an alternative weekly, you know, kind of like the Village Voice. And he wrote a weekly column, The Cat's Meow, for $10 a piece. It says here the column's always a mixture of fact and fantasy. Why was this such a fucking thing? of just like, yeah, like mixing it up, like whatever. So always a mixture of fact and fantasy. We're due on Sunday, and Katz would rise at 4:30 a.m. that day to crank them out. He went too far in 1978. That might have been actually the same year Krasner did his thing, when he wrote a piece satirizing a feminist conference in Mexico City. He wrote that he and Elsa Goss, an Inquirer columnist, went down to the conference and sat at a table with Gloria Steinem and Bella Abzug. He suggested that Goss was fondling him under the table, and they later took a, quote, delicious siesta together and visited bars featuring nude male dancers. Goss filed a libel suit. At the April 1979 trial, she also testified that in 1975, an unknown person had marched in front of her residence with a sign reading, Harry J. Katz loves fucking Elsa Goss. Katz took the stand and stated he was an unemployed man who relied on his parents to pay his bills. He also brought in, as an expert witness, the now famous Rolling Stone satirist P.J. O'Rourke, who testified that Katz was operating within the boundaries of satire. The jury didn't agree. Goss won a $130,000 judgment. 3 months later, the drummer folded. Quote, everybody knows I made this stuff up, says Katz. I forget what else he says, but yeah, he's like, everybody knows I always make things up. Like, what's the big deal? So he like destroys like the biggest underground weekly, like probably left-wing weekly in Philadelphia, by making sexist jokes and things that aren't real, like extremely epic. I know. I also clocked that like delicious is one of those words when applied sexually, like gives me the extreme ick. And I remember like in Krasner's autobiography was like to like freak somebody out. Like, didn't like Girl Scouts come to like sell cookies, and he like dragged off two women to like be like, Paul, it's time for your orgy, and he's like, oh right, and like freaked out like these like Catholic schoolgirls for no reason, and then he's like, and then we had a delicious threesome, and I'm just like, I fucking hate you, like shut the fuck, it's so gross. It's like moist, you know? It's like, ew, like you fucking perv. I did call this COINTELPERV. That's what I'm labeling this type of shit. When being a perv destroys like a leftist underground paper or party or something, it's a real thing. I mean, as we see, right? Like, you know, Mr. Rapist, like, oops, no more DSA candidate. Or sorry, not quite DSA candidate. Anyways, okay, this is probably the most, this is insane. This is like frazzle drip levels of whatever. Okay. How about this? Okay. How about this? This is the fifth anecdote. Katz tells me of a woman from Boston he used to date. She started spending the weekend at his pad. He bought her clothes from Saks. Later, he found out something unusual. Quote, turns out she's a witch, he says, but a white witch, a good witch. Katz and the witch dated a while. One weekend, they flew down to Haiti. They piled into a car and drove into the country where a ceremony was beginning. Quote, a girl, maybe 14 or 15, is being let out in a white sheet, remembers Katz, and there's all this chanting. Then a priest slits her throat. Swear to God. That night, I had the best sex of my life. I was like a dreadlock Jew motherfucker savage.
What?
Katz returned from Chicago and his time with Hugh Hefner, breathing a new idea. He wanted to open a Playboy club in Philly. You know, anyways. Like folks, okay, like, you know, he could be doing a bit, right? If in that case, like a racist bit, you know, because it's like, oh, Haiti, voodoo, whatever. But like, also saying that even if it is a bit, being like, I had the best sex of my life that night. That was so, like, it was like he basically got like power from a human sacrifice and had amazing sex, and like that's what he remembers about it. Like,
wow. Okay. Yeah. I mean, it's crazy that. Yeah. I mean, it's crazy to put this in the context of like that. This guy's Morris Katz's grandpa.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just saying, like, you know, I know that, like, you know, sins of the grandfather, and we're not all destined to be like our grandfather, but like also like Morris Katz's father and Morris Katz like loved their grandfather. Like, in fact, Morris Katz, like, he cut up the funeral. Like, people loved it because he was like, I don't know, like 14 at the time when Harry J. Katz died, and apparently he cut up the crowd telling stories about how Harry J. Katz used to take little Morris around with him and use like his cute little grandkid to help pick up women. And everyone was like, oh, Harry, that's so crazy. Yeah, it's so funny. So like he thinks, and like David Barr Katz, Morris's father, who became like a screenwriter and a playwright, also, he's quoted once in this article and says like he sees his dad's whole personality as performance art. It's basically like he's just doing a bit, and he's really funny, and people love hanging out with him. And like that's his only comment. But amidst all this like Me Too, like horrible, like just I don't know, lecherous, like fucked up like behavior and all this other stuff. Like he is actually very close with his children and his grandchildren, and they all love him. So like it's not like this guy was like, oh, he was disgraced. It's like a Bernie Madoff's grandson, you know, is like, oh, like, I don't even want to talk about. I don't even want to talk about it, you know. It's like no, they rep this guy. This guy is epic. Like he was a larger than life figure. Blah blah blah. You know, interesting. So then, here's him like fucking with union employees at his quote Jew joint Hesh's, which he opened late '80s, where he like tricked the strikers into like going home so he could throw like a political dinner with like congressmen and stuff like that. I found another article saying that when Sylvester Stallone was filming Rambo 3 in Israel, he couldn't get like a good brisket, so he had like Harry Katz like send brisket from Hesh's to like Israel so they could film there. You know, like they're so close. Let's see, another more here. This is pretty sus. Katz brags about not so long ago, I had a girl at my house and we were about to make love, he remembers. I could have sworn she told me she was 20, but it turned out she was 17. I said, could you excuse me for a minute? I called my lawyer and he told me I was in the clear. Okay, right? Like, okay, so you're like basically right on the line of being a pedo, that you're like in your 60s or 70s at this point. I guess, let me think, 1940. I guess he's not like that old. He's kind of younger than I imagined. If he was born in 1940, then he would be like 58 or something at this story, like sleeping with 17-year-olds. Okay, yeah, all right, that's normal. But checking with his lawyer to make sure the age of consent law, like, okay, yeah. So then at one point they confront like a waitress and she's like mad at him. And she says, I was reading in the paper about Ira Einhorn, Harry. She says, you use the same pickup lines he used. When you sleep with me, and you will, it'll be the best night of your life. You're the biggest liar I ever met. Harry replies loudly, that's not what you were saying when I was effing you up the, you know, whatever. He keeps saying that to her. She stares at him, her eyes brimming with contempt. She starts taking off jewelry. Here's your watch back. When are you going to pay me the $1,200 you owe me? While they were dating, it seems, Katz charged car repairs on her credit card. He's paying the minimum each month. Katz repeats his mantra. That's not what you were saying when I was, you know, effing you up the whatever. So then he talks about when one of his girlfriends died in his hot tub, and the crazy weekend he had where they were like partying, and then she, I guess, accidentally drowned on barbiturates and like cocaine, and then the next day, like kind of coincidentally, another one of his like sometime girlfriends like attempted to commit suicide. And which he insists like that actually didn't have to do with the fact that he'd rejected her. He had blown her off the night before to hang out with the girl who died in the hot tub. And he said that had nothing to do with it. He also says, what a fucking weekend, you know? So he's kind of taking it in stride, all these people dying around him. Now, this is funny. After that death, the Philly DA, Lynn Abraham, who he had like bankrolled the campaign of, and they attended Passover Seder together at Katz's mother's house. More on her in a second because her obituary has some such shit. But like afterwards, like the DA still went to the, you know, Passover and Hanukkah dinners at the Katz residence, but like she distanced herself from Harry because he was such a pig. And he responds to that by saying, by getting somebody to take a picture of them with like his arm around her, and then he blows them up to 5x7 and like frames it, and then like sends her to one at her office and says, I know you would want this for your wall. She didn't mention it the next time I saw her. Fuck her. So he like hates her because like she's kind of embarrassed to be seen with him because he like women keep dying around him, you know, etc. He got sued multiple times in the 90s for like you know, everything from domestic abuse to like child support. This was one girlfriend, Krog, who he dated, ended up suing him. She sued him for $50,000 in defamation and damages, and he filed bankruptcy in order to like get out of like having to pay any lawsuit shit. And then they fought. That became like I think like her case became part of the bankruptcy case because they were like, well, we're not going to give you bankruptcy if you have outstanding like civil suits against you. It says here, according to court papers filed by Krogh, she claims in January 1995, the defendant, Katz, after abusing cocaine and alcohol, grabbed the plaintiff by her hair, squeezed her throat, and threatened to, quote, blow her head off and kill her with one of his many guns. Krogh moved out the next day. The brief goes on to claim that Katz began harassing Krogh, her friends, and relatives, threatening dire consequences if she pursued legal action. Both Katz and Krogh sought restraining orders against one another. Katz denies the charges. Bukowski, the journalist, riding to the rescue once again, pointed out in his column that his buddy owned nothing more powerful than the BB guns in his kitchen. Yeah. He would be caping for Katz like his entire life up through his obituary, and saying that some people thought that Katz was responsible for the dead woman in his tub, but that's totally ridiculous, and like that had nothing to do with it. He was asleep upstairs, etc. Like he was always caping for him in the local press. Here's another weird one. Katz warns me, the journalist, against placing faith. This is in the testimony of, quote, scorned women. As much as Katz talks of scorned women, however, it is Harry who turns shrewish when an infatuation goes sour, throwing bombs and insinuating criminal behavior. For Krogh, he gives me 2 typed pages of her alleged shortcomings. Quote, not quote. This isn't an isolated incident. What follows are examples of what he has to say about various former flames. So this is kind of a sampling here. Quote, she's a junkie. She's a drug dealer who supplied the Grateful Dead. Whoa. She was all coked up and had her brain banged out by a bunch of guys, and this was on her honeymoon. She asked me to have her ex-husband killed. We picked up a heroin junkie at Circa, and she took her home and made love to her in the car. She forced me to have sex with her fat cousin, etc. So then, we get the one quote from David Barr Katz, the screenwriter and playwright. He brushes off his dad's lifetime of evil predatory behavior as performance art. Quote, he's an entertainer on a social level, says David. He has his shtick, the way he interacts with people. You always hear these ridiculous Harry J. Katz stories, but people want to spend time with him. So, he's doing a bit, he's funny, therefore he can't be evil. That's fun. The article ends on a pretty dark note where he's sort of like picked up this 19-year-old sort of like intern to be, and convinced her to like move into his house. And so they go out to dinner. For some reason, he gets really mad at like his sort of like driver, Wallace, who's like a big black guy who actually saved him from his failed suicide attempt. But then they're arguing about like a mobster friend they had dealings with, and then he jumps up and starts like yelling at him, calling him like the N-word and like poking his chest and like getting completely like freaked out. Then they go back to their house, and then another one of his flames shows up from Pittsburgh. She had driven to like sleep with him, and then he goes upstairs and starts like having sex with this Pittsburgh woman while the 19-year-old cries herself to sleep. What a mensch, right?
Yeah. Okay.
And I mean, that's it. So Stephen Roderick, like shout out. That was it's a really intense like article, and I feel like this article, like after that, Katz I think finally found like a steady girlfriend and got married. I think around 2000, a few years after this article, he sort of allegedly embraced monogamy and then was with one woman for 10 years and I think married her in like 2010, and then he died in 2016. So yeah, about 10 years ago. Was very much eulogized in like the Philadelphia press. Let me see what one of the comments said though. I thought it was kind of funny. There was like a pretty like nice article about like he was just a big like larger than life guy, like it was totally cool. And then let me see, Broad Street Review, it says in this obituary that he established Einhorn's electric, like it's like all caps electric and then like electricity newsletter. But get that when he did it, he filled it with porn ads like the Berkeley Barb. And course, like thought we got to have like tons of porn in it, etc. So that was pretty funny. Let me see right here. Yeah, here he is with who is he with here? With Chubby Checker. Yeah, you can see here. This is Harry J. Katz, February 2016. Man About Town. Yeah, long list. The last in a long line of Philadelphia characters. A man of concepts. This author says, I came to Harry J. in 1978 from the failing folk coffee house, The Main Point. He had recently started a free weekly newspaper, Electricity, sort of an updated version of The Drummer, a publication he effectively put out of business via a lost libel suit, from where he said he hooked up with this woman. Harry J., always a man of concepts, hooked up with the H.A. Winston burger chain to distribute the rag. As for me, it seemed like a good idea at the time and I needed a job. It only took a call to Harry J., whom I had known peripherally for years and who knew me as a writer for The Drummer, to hire me as music editor. Let's see. Yeah, questionable hires. Yeah, this is funny. But as was his wont, Harry J. had to make sure the magazine was destroyed, Buddy Rich and Bo Diddley notwithstanding. He started hiring, quote, columnists like Frank Stallone, Rita Jenrette, Abscam wife turned Playboy model, faded model Apollonia, and just about everyone else who had a history of taking their clothes off in public. And, for reasons better off left undetailed, he instituted the infamous porno-oriented personal ads that were long a fixture of The Drummer. So much for journalistic credibility. Perhaps the most famous of our contributors was Ira Einhorn, hired by Katz as, if you can believe it, Electricity's poetry editor after Holly Maddox's death. Einhorn, who hadn't shaved and showered since 1957, visited me at my office one day. He was shaved, showered, wearing a coat and tie, and looking good. Who do you think you are, Gregory Peck? I asked him. And by the way, where do you think you're going? He wasn't seen again for years, though the FBI kept our offices at 12th and Spruce under surveillance. A number of things did Harry J. in, including his 24-hour party boy lifestyle, his notorious habit of never, ever paying for a product or service, and the brouhaha surrounding the drug and alcohol-induced death of Valerie Sheridan, whose body was found in his hot tub. But the reality is, what really did Harry J. Katz in is that, as happened with everyone else, history simply passed him by. And then there's one comment by Bob Roberts here from 3 years ago that says, "You're far too nice, Bruce. Harry was a scumbag of the first order, a misogynist, a racist, a thief, a user, a liar, a con artist, an adulterer, a cheat, a phony, an all-around piece of shit." This is very Philly, fuck you. He was a worthless excuse for a human being who treated employees as his personal servants and would throw anyone under the bus to protect his own ass. He'd initially act like a nice guy, then stab you in the back. The world, and in fact, the human race, is far better without him. So, he had his haters, right? Very controversial guy. And I would say, I guess our friend Cloney down here says it's funny that, his son, David Barkatz, made a career writing for television shows about fixers who dispose of women's bodies and sex workers, such as Ray Donovan and American Gigolo. That is among David Barkatz's Hollywood credits.
Right.
There's also in the Dracularity category, we cannot neglect to mention, though I kind of think this is just some weird shit that happened, but folks, so Morris Katz's father, David Barkatz, was the person who discovered the body of actor Philip Seymour Hoffman after he died of a drug overdose in 2014 because they were best friends. And I guess he had a key to his apartment.
It's interesting how all these people grew up around famous household name actors, Yeah,
I guess how did he become the Phillies ambassador to the Stars? He didn't work in really, he had some clubs, but didn't really work in showbiz that much per se. I mean, he was kind of always doing some little scheme, here and there, but he was never really connected to Hollywood in an actual, he seems to have connections with the mafia, which is interesting. And let me see. Yeah, there's a little bit here from an Instagram post from, I think, last year. And I forget if this is from Jewish Weekly or a Jewish news publication, but this is the caption, I guess, little profile. This is interesting. Morris Katz, The 26-year-old political strategist who shot to stardom as Mamdani's right-hand man has a rich Jewish lineage, reported the New York Times. The strategist grew up as a, quote, Woody Allen watching, Philip Roth reading. Oh, God. Yeah, of course. Like, what if I jerked off and it was literature? I hate it. I hate Philip Roth. Like, being a pervy, like, nebbishy perv, like, it needs to stop. Like this cultural thing where we like respect like Woody Allen, Philip Roth, Paul Krasner. Like, I'm sorry. Like, there's like, I'm sick of the Borscht Belt. Like, I'm a little pervert. Like, like, I don't know. It was really popular for like in the 20th century, and then the early 21st century. There's still a lot of like acceptance of it. Of like, I don't know what it is. It's like, oh, we know they're like a nice Jewish boy at the end of the day, so like it's not that bad or something. Like not to sound like I'm overstepping, or whatever, but like you can see this type of person, like the sex obsessed, like whatever. Anyways, so like you have Philip Roth reading, Bob Dylan listening, occasional truant who dreamed of becoming a screenwriter, according to the Times, before he became a key liaison between Mamdani and Jewish leaders. He joined Mamdani in a recent meeting with Steven Spielberg. All right. Katz's great-grandfather built a prosperous hosiery business and created a family crest to prove that Jews could have one, a crest that Katz now has tattooed on his arm. So Morris Katz, let's just say, is not rejecting his family legacy, his crest of arms, right? Like, he's proud of it, right? So his grandfather, Harry J. Katz, was a media fixture in Philadelphia. At his funeral, when Katz was 14, the grandson earned laughs throughout the synagogue with an anecdote about how the elder Katz used him to pick up strangers. I assume he means, like, women, right? Katz supports Mamdani's pro-Palestinian advocacy. His own views on Israel grew increasingly critical as he came of age, he told Haaretz, with AIPAC's role in electoral politics being, quote, the main accelerator that radicalized him. Katz's extensive comments to the New York Times come as he did not respond to multiple JTA, Jewish Telegraphic Agency, requests for interviews over several months made through Mamdani's campaign and his own consulting agency. So again, there's an interesting thing where that used to be, I think, like the Zionist like press agency, right? The Jewish Telegraphic, like yes. So it's very associated with like, a very partisan, like, Zionist, like, publication, more of an AIPAC coded thing, right? Whereas, like, maybe Haaretz is, like, more J Street coded, right?
Yeah, it definitely
so
is.
he won't
Haaretz
talk...
is the most, like, liberal, like, newspaper in Israel, as far as I know. Like,
yeah,
the only ones that, like, sometimes will have a good article, like, even though their overall perspective is still,
Right. Yeah, so, I mean, so you could see him, he's kind of, like, freezing out that more like right wing, extreme, hardcore, whatever, maybe kind of wing, but also leaving a door open for like J Street. Another thing about Harry J. Katz that he liked to talk about a lot is that I guess he was friends with Frank Sheeran, like the Irishman, the like mob hitman, and allegedly, like, he was trying to work on a book for a while that would say who really killed Jimmy Hoffa, according to Frank Sheeran. But then when Frank Sheeran was on his deathbed, he told the story about how, like, he did it, and they threw his body into a thing in Detroit and, like, burned it or something like that. And that eventually became, like, I think Frank Sheeran's son wrote the book, I Heard You Paint Houses, and then that was turned into the Irishman movie by Martin Scorsese. But Harry Katz was like mad about this when Sheeran made a deathbed confession, because Sheeran had told him that he'd like confessed to him, I know what happened to Jimmy Hoffa, and he says that Vietnamese mercenaries killed him. I don't know if he means like PTK'd Vietnam veterans killed him, or like somehow like South Vietnamese like mercenaries.
I don't know,
or something like that. So
sounds like actually Vietnamese people is, I would assume, intended, but I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure, but that's just another. So it shows again like an adjacency to like the mafia that is like kind of just there. The Tragic Touch was another funny article that I found where it was by Stuart Bitkovsky or whatever, like his sort of loyal gossip journalist that would write about him. It was comparing the hot tub death of Harry Katz, Harry Katz's girlfriend, to another guy, a Playboy defense attorney named Chuck Peruto, who I guess also had a girl die at his house in Philadelphia. And he's saying that, like, it's kind of interesting. These guys are kind of similar, but also they're like totally innocent. And like they didn't do, they only share the macabre connection of having a woman die in their homes. I guess Julia Law died in a bathtub in his grand townhouse in Philadelphia. But he wasn't even home at the time. It does mention here, it's kind of funny. He said that that each of these people, Katz and the other guy, are larger than life, each something of a Peck's bad boy, each with many friends and a few enemies. Both friends and enemies were earned. But anyways, might remember Peck's bad boy from our Simpsons episode as a template for like Bart Simpson and all kinds of bad boys in American history. But the last thing in this like little genealogy dive, I do want to bring up the obituary of Harry J. Katz's mother, the one who used to host those politically connected Passover Seders, that I thought was injected some other interesting, because I wondered, I kept searching his name in like Israel and like what's up with like Zionism. Like I presume he's like pro-Israel, but like how connected were they? So here is the obituary of Selma Katz, which would be Morris Katz's great-grandmother. She died in 2012. I guess, Morris Katz would have been 12 years old. She's from New York. She graduated in New York, NYU in 1936. But get this. So she married like Lawrence Katz, the hosiery kingpin, who revitalized the family fortune. As a young married woman, Sabbath dinners at her father's home, in Manhattan, exposed her to Zionism through introductions to David Ben-Gurion, Chaim Weizmann, and Golda Meir. So she personally like would have Sabbath like Shabbat dinners at her home growing up with those the founding like fathers and mothers of like Israel itself and Zionism, right? Pretty heavy, right? So it says here, it goes on to say, this was the great impetus that directed her lifelong involvement in charitable endeavors. When Golda Meir pursued the development and sale of State of Israel bonds in 1951, Selma Katz spearheaded the sales in Queens, New York. Upon moving to Melrose Park, Pennsylvania in 1955, her Zionist activities continued with her very active involvement with Hadassah, Jewish National Fund, American Friends of Technion, and Israel bonds. She and her husband hosted Eleanor Roosevelt in 1960 at an Israel Bonds event in their home. In 1966, she started the Israel Bonds Women's Division Home and Art Tour that required the purchase of Israel Bonds to attend. She chaired this hugely successful event for 40 years, visiting prominent private art collections in New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Delaware, Maryland, and Washington, D.C. Her interest in fine arts led to her involvement in the Philadelphia Museum of Art, the Friends of Artist Equity, etc. Well known in the community for her dedication and leadership, Selma served on the board of Women's Division of Israel Bonds, its Prime Minister's Club for 25 years, and was a charter member of the Golda Meir Club. She served as president of the Mann Music Center Guild for 25 years and chaired the opening party at Memorial Hall in 1976 when the Mann moved to its new location. She also served on the boards of Philadelphia Psychiatric Center, now Belmont Center for Comprehensive Treatment, and this is a real banger, and co-chaired with her husband the anniversary ball honoring Henry Kissinger. They also co-chaired in 1964 Albert Einstein Hospital's Auxiliary Harvest Ball. They co-chaired the gala opening of the Weiss Institute of Philadelphia Geriatric Center, now the Abramson Center for Jewish Life. Additional board positions were in the Philadelphia College of Textiles and Sciences, the Elder Craftsman, and Women's Division of the American Cancer Society. Selma loved gardening and went to the Philadelphia Flower Show. She hot air ballooned in France. Most of all, she was a hostess extraordinaire. Rosh Hashanah lunches, breakfast evening with fabulous smoked fish brought in from Murray's Sturgeon House, Hanukkah in the gift boxes of studs, chocolate marshmallows, etc. She was honored by Hadassah, Jewish National Fund, Israel Bonds, American Cancer Society, and Technion Society. She was a member of Beth Shalom Synagogue, Elkins Park, and Har Zion Temple, Penn Valley. The Lawrence and Selma Katz Chapel at Gratz College was dedicated in memory of Lawrence Katz and in honor of Selma Katz on her 75th birthday. She's survived by her 3 children, Terry Katz, Harry J. Katz, and Philip Isaiah Katz. And then, David Bar Katz is listed, and Morris Katz listed among 10 great-grandchildren. So, I mean, heavy Zionists, in that world, right? This seems very important to this family, and he is very proud of this family. Now, in Haaretz, he describes an awakening in the last couple years. He's only 27, but a lot of people change when confronted in adulthood. We've seen this, right? People that were raised, if you're an American Jew, you were probably raised in a pretty pro-Zionist household, or even just ambiently, but almost everybody, right?
It's not I think almost his own statements are more revealing in some ways, but I mean, I think what's interesting or relevant is for instance, my mom is definitely Zionist, I mean, that's basically the only way that she does care about being Jewish, is that she's reflexively pro-Israel, but she never fundraised for Israel. She was never part of
a ball in honor of Henry Kissinger, and was doing Shabbat with David Ben Gurion. That's about as high level as it gets in terms of having interpersonal connections. So when you hear that, what I think is kind of relevant about it is it really not only I knew Morris Katz was sort of a nepo baby of a screenwriter who grew up in Tribeca, one of the most expensive zip codes in the entire world, basically, and went to these exclusive prep schools, etc. And so I knew that, and he grew up, with Philip Seymour Hoffman hanging out all the time. It's just he's one of those Manhattan kids that just grows up in this very rarefied whatever. But his family, going back several generations, is politically and philanthropically very intertwined. And Harry J. Katz was
where I think
deep in the Philly machine of politics too.
That's where I think it is meaningful, because we're talking at that point about the history of institutions, and the history of institutions matters, and we're talking about someone who is in some ways a family is it is a an institutional framework, right? People's family background definitely matters, and I think there's a reason why Morris Katz is importantly involved in democratic politics, and for instance, we're not. You know, his family was involved in politics for generations, and
it's the same as a Newsom gets involved in politics, or a Kennedy gets involved in politics.
They were leading major figures who were shaping American politics, and so is he. He's got all these write-ups of him about having this role, right? So I think in that way, it is very interesting that someone who is a descendant of people who were heavily involved in Zionist politics for it doesn't mean that someone like that would be incapable of being anti-Zionist. However, it definitely invites it's a cause to pay attention, because institutions, the way that people's hearts change, and the way that systems change, they're different, right? It's kind of like class, class is a system, even though you might feel a certain way, oftentimes you have to actually be a quote unquote class traitor, actually take real decisive action to meaningfully repudiate your class position, or go against the interests of your class, because there are powerful incentives that push you
that bind
in that direction,
and the higher up you are, the more intense it is. I feel that's I think I was saying on X the other day, that inheriting a mass, you never have to work again, you're set, and you grew up in a rarefied world with all these other powerful people, that does change the context of your life, and and I think it makes it more relevant who your great grandfather was than for literally 99.8% of people in this country, right? Where it's it doesn't really none of my great grandfathers were anybody. You know what I mean? Like it's totally irrelevant. Like actually what they, you know, like it's
I think I really have no idea who my mom's great grandfather was. I mean, my mom's grandfather was like failed to get his PhD and was a teacher. So I'm the first. Like again, this is I've heard before. Like I'm actually somewhat unusual among academics in that, like, you know, I more unusual than you would think. Obviously, there's many who like have less of a have had more difficulty in getting that position. But yeah, I'm the first in my family to have a PhD because my grandfather did not get one and was a high school teacher. I have no idea who my great grandfather was. I think that I have no idea. But my great grandfather, my dad's side, I think was like a steel worker or something. He was working class. He was a dock worker. He was, on the dockyards, and I'm the same.
Yeah, my great grandfather came not to be the oppression great grandfather oppression Olympics, but like it, my great grandfather came from Poland and draft dodged from the Russian Imperial Army allegedly, and then came and then worked in a U.S. rubber plant in Connecticut, and then died of some kind of like black lung thing that like from like inhaling fumes from it, and like died. And it's like maybe around 60 or something like that. My other great grandfather came from Poland and fell off a scaffolding thing. He was like painting, and then he fell off and got impaled on a fence, but he survived. So he had to live in like a sanitarium for the rest of his life. Like crazy shit. And then the social services like took my grandma's like kids away because like the mom was working all day, and it was a crazy thing. But
definitely everyone's great grand, like at some point, like unless you were like literal like nobility, then like your great grandfather at some point down the line you had a grandfather who was like a worker.
I mean, that's what I mean when I say does every leader of the left have to be from like the most like blue blood, like blue blazer, like rarefied fucking like fancy bougie like background of all time, when like even people that grew up in like nice suburbs or whatever, like in like the upper end of the middle class or whatever, or even petty bourgeois, could probably trace back to like when one of their ancestors was like a worker working in the mud, and like somebody succeeded along the way and like did better. But like when you have a lot of people where it's like, oh, for like centuries your family has been at the absolute top of society, and like that creates a different psychological like context, I think, a lot of times. I think you can see it with people like Graham Platner, like the grandson of the celebrated architect who built the Ford Foundation and all these other, I don't know if you built like UN buildings, or like a very serious like guy who I think went to Yale and like blah blah blah. It was obviously part of that clubby old boys like class. I think that it's not totally. I think people can be class traders. Like there's plenty of examples in other countries and revolutionary movements, like Castro, was not like the wealthiest, but like, his family, I think, had some like latifundias or something. Like they had like farmland, and I think he like confiscated like from his like siblings and relatives, like he nationalized like his family's own holdings, and but he didn't like lie about how he was like grew up on the fucking streets or some shit like that. Like, don't do that. No. You know what I mean? Like, just it's like Zoran. Like, everyone knows he's kind of like a Hollywood nepo baby. He doesn't like, he doesn't like draw too much attention to it, but he doesn't like deny it, and it just like is what it is. Just be that. Like, that's not relatable to like lie, to put the Carhartt on and like lie about how and do this weird overcompensating like cosplay of like being a fucking white lumpen piece of shit. Like just don't, like, it's like Tucker running off to do like follow the Grateful Dead, like trying to pretend you're like I think there's a yearning for like identity.
Who the Grateful Dead was for. Ultimately.
Yeah, it was for rich wasps at like prep schools. It was. It's the whitest music ever.
Actually,
I do think the whiteness, like a lot of people have brought up like the white aspect of all this, like because most of these people are like white that are like defending the shit out of Graham Platner or whatever, and there is kind of like a lot of people have been saying like like black streamers that are like on the left, like all of them, they weren't having Bree. I'll give her credit. Bree, they were not having no Platner, like, and rightfully so.
Yeah, I mean, critical support. Like, I kind of like wondered, like, for a while, like, was like there like some kind of was there a controlled demo that happened to Brianna? Because like they must have
talk
known
about that, right?
About Virgil.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
And they kind of let her like get into that.
Probably signed a contract with them because she still has to have his
like,
artwork
no
on
her,
the podcast, like.
Yeah,
so
no
he could do ketamine
her,
in
no
Latvia,
or
wherever the
like,
fuck he's doing.
Hey, like, because they knew stuff. People knew stuff, right? So it's
right.
kind of like,
I do wonder.
Yeah, weird.
Well, I mean, she got. I don't know if you saw her get hung up on somebody who probably was simping for Graham Platner,
yeah.
Daniel
I've never
Denvir.
Heard of the guy who hung up on her though.
I think
but
he's involved with
like,
the Dig.
DSA guy. I don't know.
No, he's like a Jacobin podcast guy.
Okay.
And a DSA guy who she brought up forced the vote, and he hung up in the middle of their interview.
Right,
and then I think Ryan Grimm then like dogpiled on her and was like, "Whoa, all right, like, damn, like, he said something really snide about how like these people never stop talking about force the vote, like they should get an award for like bringing it up constantly, like what else is he supposed to do? She was just not letting it go and just caught, but he like wasn't engaging with like her at all and just being pissy. And he's like, I just did like a podcast about Indonesia, I'm so tired, and you just keep being a bully.
Yeah, he didn't come off well. He is like, I just did like about people who were murdered. I was like, well, okay, but you're acting like you just witnessed this atrocity or something, or like that you were like helping you're just making a podcast about it, like it's not like you
like if I ever come on and like hang up on somebody and start crying about demon forces, like shoot me, like like calm the fuck down, bro, like all right, like you are
like,
crying because you did blowback light.
Like I get it if you've been like, it'd be one thing to say like I've been recording for 10 hours or something, but like the content of your podcast doesn't really change the amount of labor too much. You could just be like doing little jokes and like honking your nose like for 10 hours. That would still be exhausting. Like you don't need to make it like, you don't steal valor from the victims of like an anti-communist genocide to try to justify like hanging up on somebody on a stream. Like, yeah.
But there's a smug like upper class like white bread ass like conception of, and I think an alienation from kind of like third world type, like even though they might be like, yeah, like Iran a little bit, or yeah, like Palestine, at the same time that's broadly popular, that helps their careers, so like they can do that. But then the amount of times they show their asses and kind of I think I saw Emma Vigeland was talking to like a black like streamer and said, like Graham Platner, like as long as he's standing, like his platform is everything I want. So like I really don't care if he's like a secret Nazi when he goes home, if he shows up to the Senate and votes for like Medicare for all. And the guy was like, you don't care? Like what? Like I'm sorry, what? Like you wouldn't care that he's a secret like Nazi?
That's the perfect thing, because it's like, well, then if he's a secret Nazi, then he's lying about what he wants, like, what his politics are, and like you shouldn't.
Right, he's probably up to something.
Pretending
he's doing
not to be a
Strasserism
Nazi when he secretly is. Like you actually, like doesn't make any sense. But like that is kind of like, I mean, that's like a particularly ridiculous version like of it, but that kind of logic does exist. But yeah, no, to go back to what I was saying originally, like I think, like it is relevant, like when you are like, talking about like how I think it is like interesting and like worth bearing in mind that like, when someone like that is kind of directing, is like leading, like, or sort of choosing how the like anti-Zionist like movement like expresses itself, or like in the American like electoral politics. Like he is like one of the main like people in the like forces in kind of deciding how that's going to express itself,
right?
Like, and how it's going to be channeled into like the electoral domain.
Yeah,
and, like this is someone who like comes from a long line of like Zionist political organizers.
Yeah,
like
I'm not saying
like he like again, I'm sure that he is actually I'm sure that like he is disgusted by like apartheid on some level, but like it's also kind of like, and like that he got pissed off when AIPAC made his candidate lose. Like, I don't think it's like the total insincerity. I just feel like,
if there's a conditional aspect
like
maybe to it.
Yeah, it's conditional, and also like
it doesn't, it only goes like, I don't, like, I feel like you can't trust someone like that to actually be like the leader of this, you know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Like, I just think like for various reasons, you know,
like I think that, you know, I don't want to say that
that's another SLA line, maybe, you know, like like people with like skin in the game, maybe.
Your pig background. Well,
yeah, exactly,
it's like in a way, like, yeah, it's like, do I want to welcome anybody in the movement who was like raised in a Zionist household and then realizes, wow, this is fucked up and like whatever? It's like, no, for sure. Like, you want people like that to like come around and see the light and whatever. But like in terms of them being the leader, the person with the like calling the shots, like who the fuck voted for this guy?
This is another like woke thing that like now all these like dirt bags are trying to jettison, you know, but actually like, you know, has something to it. Like, you don't want to go so far. It's like, you know, that obviously it's kind of like, oh, you know, two people can never agree on anything. Like, there's no universal values or whatever, you know, obviously you can go too far in this direction, but there isn't a practical way, like a sense in which, for instance, like, you know, it's kind of like and like obviously people like have different like, you know, viewpoints, but I think that there is like a, you know, a way in which like people who actually have like skin in the game and are subject to like Israel's genocide, right, like deserve kind of to be like heated, you know, in terms of like what like priorities are. Like, for instance, like, and there's been a lot of discourse about this, but I think that there's like a lot of like you know, and like it can go the other way as well. Like we said, there can be kind of like a face game where people try to like, you know, prove that they're like really anti-Semitic or something just to like kind of seem tough. But like,
yeah.
I also think that there is like a tendency to like that we've seen ever since October 7th to like kind of hand wring over like anti-Semitism, or even the thing of like, you know, like kind of like like sneering at like, you know, like Palestinian leadership or like different things like that, you know, like
Hamas like
Hamas
sucks,
or,
but
you know,
like
yeah,
we should like critically support
like,
is like Palestine, even though Hamas so
like, well,
sucks.
You know,
like, you know,
like we like critical support. Yeah, exactly. Like critical support. It's like, well, how about support? You know, like how about support?
Yeah,
like because like I don't think that like we need to necessarily be like critical right now of people who are being like murdered. You know, in a completely asymmetrical conflict.
Right. And I think some of those groups that are like particularly led by, you know, like Jewish Americans, like I know there's been some kind of like, there's been some criticisms around, I guess, what people would call like centering Jewish like feelings about like the Palestinian thing, where like, you know, obviously, yeah, I don't want to just like tumble into like sloppy Zog, like kind of whatever, just to score some like quick, cheap points or anything like that, right? Because like, you know, like anti-Semitism is like historically, you know, has been a tool of reaction and whatnot. However, like I think a lot of, you know, like global South people have a point that it's like that. There's been some instances I've seen. I wouldn't say like, you know, it's everybody, but like sometimes there's a little bit of like, okay, like this is all about your personal journey, like realizing that Zionism is sus, but then you're also like nervous about like you're like policing everybody's language a little like hardcore and
right,
like
exactly. I think,
you know,
like it's a matter of like priorities. You know what I mean? Like I do think that like, you know, I think that that's like cringe too. You know, like the whole like thing of like, oh, you know, I'm like you're a goy slave or whatever. Like, you know, like doing these kind of like edgy terms to try to like seem tough. I think that's cringe. But like on the other hand, like I think make it like, you know, I think that there is a phenomenon where people like kind of like, because, you know, they have, you know, feelings or whatever, and like, you know, there is like kind of a like it's like understandable in a certain way because like they get scared or whatever, you know, and then they prioritize like the feeling of ickiness or the feeling of wrongness or the feeling of like, but wait, like, you know, that's not true, like, and they like kind of focus on that at the expense of like, you know, all the other things. So like if someone like is saying like 99 true things, you know, like 99 urgent things,
yeah,
but then they say one thing that's kind of like, you know, like, oh, that like it kind of like a little bit like kind of dealing in tropes or whatever, then it's like, you know, that like that person like is completely like honestly, like an example is like the woman who like everyone immediately disavowed. Like again, I don't really know like the full thing, but it's kind of like
Maureen Galindo, the one who wanted to put Zionists in like ice camps. Yeah,
exactly. Like, but that's actually like the kind of like, you know, the left wing answer to Trump, right? It's like messy and like it kind of like, you know, actually like violates like
certain like political sort of expectations.
Right. I do think she's interesting because she's like not a script. She did lose her primary. She got the sandbag, whatever. And like I'm not before anybody jumps on me and is like, well, she's a pig. Like she wants to give free college to military spouses or something. Like I'm not gonna stand any politician. However, like stylistically, everyone jumped down her fucking throat for like popping off. But one, she did submit a concrete proposal.
Okay.
Two, like you're right. Like the way she was going off the dome, she's like a sex therapist, like third eye open, like mama who's like spitting on, like she's going off the dome, like she's being authentic. Like it is messy in a way, but like it's not a focus tested. She's channeling like the anger of like, she's like, guys, like American Zionists are fucking murderers. What do you expect us to do? Like, like she's meeting, I think in a way she is meeting like the populist kind of like anger in a way that even most of these DSA people are a little more like, they're more careful about. They're more tactical and careful about their.
Well,
there's
that's
some
the thing.
polished
Like,
ones now. But
these are the same people who'll be like, we should have shot every Nazi or whatever, and then it's like, well, okay, but like, and also Israel's committing a genocide, so like, it's really not so crazy that someone would say, like, again, like I don't know, like how this would be like implemented, and like maybe it's like stated in an extreme way or whatever, but like. It's not like as out beyond the pile as people made it sound, because if people are committing a genocide, right, there are people who are supporting genocide. I mean, that is kind of what FDR did that to, like, just people who were Japanese, just because of their race.
Right. Which is, it was like
bad. Zohran's favorite politician. Yes, of course it was bad.
Yeah.
But like,
but this is like,
I will say, like, it probably would be bad to put like everyone who identifies as a quote unquote Zionist in an ICE camp too. However, like it is more attuned to like the actual reality of a genocide than like, being like, we should work for everyone who cares about democracy or what, like some shit like that. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, so, but that's like what I'm saying. Like, I think that they're, like when people like kind of like, and like I think maybe it was like some like the Houthis, it's like, or Hamas, like, oh, their charter, like, oh, the Houthis said curse the Jews or something like that, and it's like, well. The Secretary of Defense has a tattoo on his wrist that says kafir. He's like an it's an anti-Muslim tattoo. Like he has a Jerusalem cross on his chest. Graham Platner has a Totenkopf.
And he's like, a leftist who's allegedly against wars in the Middle East, but also participated in them. Yeah, so like, come on, shut the fuck up.
It's like, so, but it's all, and so it's kind of like, ooh, like, I don't want to align myself with these people. It's like, well, like, or these people are kind of unreasonable, of course, but we still need to recognize that something abominable is happening. It's just like, well, no, like, let's like expand what we like consider to be,
right?
Because I think that like they're a bit too conservative in their sense of what's reasonable.
They have a kind of like Ford Foundation mediated like guideline kind of thing implanted in their brains, even though they probably don't like realize it's like some kind of foundation left kind of oh, you have to be like do this, like you have to have a certain respectability and propriety, or else you're going to get dogpiled for being extreme and dark and dangerous. And usually they buckle if they get, like these tweets that some of the New York DSA people had back in the day. They had to like apologize to Kamala Harris and be like, I'm sorry, but I think people are hungry in a certain way on the left for people to not apologize, but also like that doesn't mean having a Nazi tattoo, being a rapist, being an imperialist murderer are like a part of the category of things that you should like stand on business about and like never back down from, what I mean? Like it's like, no, things like I'm opposed to this genocide, like I'm not gonna fucking budge, fuck you, or something like I'm gonna fight for, like abolishing ICE or something along those lines, or like a plan, like a concrete plan. Though I do feel like the legislative process and all this stuff, like it's so rigged and like decrepit and almost like non-functional by design that's a whole other thing of challenges. But if you're gonna attack it at all and take up people's attention, like you might as well do that, the kind of stuff I described, and not keep yourself like on this tight little discourse rope.
This like electoral shit is like completely like a psyop and like a false, like like a lizard hole.
Mm-hmm.
And like really we again, to take a page from the Book of Hamas, we are, I think the U.S. left in a positive sense, obviously there is a left, but beyond the DSA, something that actually is going to be could potentially be good for the world if there is such a thing. It is in the mosque building phase.
You're right. Broadly defined, you're right. It is in the mosque building phase. It doesn't mean that it's never happening, and you should just therefore it's okay to be a clout chasing hipster that chases money and fame, as maybe some people advocate and then vote for DSA people. But
the mosque is figurative, but something should be built, right? We are supposed to be building something, not just twiddling our thumbs. But it's not the foundation isn't there.
Right. I have a degree of sympathy with kind of the more rank and file, a lot of the serious DSA, maybe the more left wing DSA heads that are all about building out organizational structures. I do think that just in the sense of that's valuable work to do. Oftentimes I think it's channeled in kind of largely pointless directions. But nonetheless, obviously there has to be some organizing and institution building and a way to kind of unite a broad swath of working people to build a kind of different power structure that currently exists. Because I don't think the Democratic Party is if you take it over, they're gonna have rigged it with thermite and then blow it up once you're inside. It's a hostile structure that is meant to serve the class interests of the bourgeoisie and the pig. So just as the Republican Party is a carcass that has been occupied by the MAGA and the teal fascists and everything. But yeah, I think you're kind of fighting in this murder dome when you try to infiltrate the Death Star of the Democratic Party and get to the command center and take it over. I don't know. It almost feels easier to take over the entire American government than to just take over the Democratic Party. It's oh well, if you get the I don't know. Well, we need work on the military because there's some low level of consciousness. As Sankara said, a soldier without political education is nothing but a criminal and a mercenary. So. I don't think that's a difficult nut to uncrack or to crack as well. But maybe the end of this saga allows us to broaden our horizons a little bit and look overall at the mosque building phase and long-term things that we can build up. Part of which is the vigilance to not be psyoped by cute little campaigns that promise vague stuff, but the vibes feel cool, and then you get tricked into defending bad things by somebody who might not even be about the shit that you're supporting him for, right? Disavow your Seth Frantzman, Graham. If not, I don't give a fuck. Disavow your military service. Say it was bad. It was wrong.
Yeah,
I made a mistake. The fact that so many people were not even able to hold him to any kind of once they decide he's their boy, it goes into sports mode and it's fuck you, you're a shit lib, you're a Zionist for saying anything bad about him, what the fuck do you want, I think there needs to be a little more willingness to okay, we'll back this person, but we're gonna push them and tear them down if they're being chicken shit and fake, putting the pressure on them. It's okay when it's necessary when it happens from the left.
Well, I think there's it sucks being wrong, it sucks people desperately don't want to be wrong. I understand that feeling, if I find I made a mistake in something I wrote, or not an ethical mistake necessarily, but a factual mistake.
Yeah.
Then I'm is there, a translation error? I'm is this any way this means this? And I'm trying to kind of, I'm doing the bargaining thing, the 5 stages of grief, where I'm is there any way that I was right? But, so that's kind of, I feel something that happens, but, people just need to stop believing in this bullshit. That's also, try to avoid it in the future, learn, I guess.
Yeah. And if somebody's not really about look at their actions and their beliefs over the years and everything in a total context, before, if somebody just tells you that this person's like, they wish cast upon them that like they're an anti-imperialist, like they're like, don't fall down the Morris Katz rabbit hole, sincere or not, that we're gonna speed run fucking Graham Platner for president in 2028 and establish like the dark woke like People's Republic of like like that's like delusional, that's not like, that's actually not serious at all. We gotta be, that was Lenin's thing always, you gotta be serious a little bit. Like, you can't just go off like vibes and just like do whatever you want. Therein lies the swamp of revisionism and being a renegade. So I guess R.I.P. Oystergruppenfuhrer. Such as American politics in 2026. But thanks for tuning in, everybody. We'll be back on Monday on patreon.com/subliminaljihad. And until next time, more than ever, dear listeners, stay vigilant.
Peace.